There we go. Right. Technical difficulties. Hello everybody. I hope you can all see me and hear me properly. Right, so we are going to do something a little bit different today. Usually I do Alien Survival, Apex Mechs on a Sunday afternoon, but there's a new update coming, and from what I believe, to make use of all the new economy stuff, I might need to create a new save file, so I'm debating whether or not to either restart that series from scratch or do some jiggery pokery to basically cut and paste my existing stuff into a new save game, but I'll decide that after the update drops. For this weekend though, Keen have just announced a Masters of Motion competition. Basically I've got some of the rules written on these boards next to me, the important ones that actually sort of matter most of all. Right, so, yeah, I'm going to build some weird stuff, and I'm going to play around this competition, because it is entirely my kind of thing. So we've got in the chat, original Chad, Creative Juice is about to start flowing. Yes they are. Hello Chad, how are you? Real Phil G, good morning, how are you doing mate? Stephen Harding, just going to be good. Hello to you too Stephen. Right, hi guys. I think I've got somebody lurking over on Twitch as well. Hello to whoever you are. Right, so this Masters of Motion competition, basically. Oh, hello, Micah99. How are you doing as well? So basically, the competition is to build some kind of functional mechanical thing, and make a short video on it, about 3 minutes in length, I think is the limit they're asking for. Hope you're feeling better. Yes, I am feeling a bit better. The health problem's been all over the place lately, but I'm doing alright. That's why I want to start a little bit earlier today, so I can stream a little bit longer. So yeah, the Masters of Motion competition that they have announced. Some of the rules that I find are probably applicable to me over here. Some of the do's, some of the things we need to do for this competition is make a massive rotating machine in motion, some kind of transporting vehicle or walker, some kind of complex piston-driven system, hinged mechanisms and deployable structures, and fully functional contraptions solving real engineering challenges. So these are just some of the things that the build can incorporate. Oh, hello, Mad Scottish Geck. How are you doing? So yeah, these things on this one, they're some of the things that the build needs to incorporate. From what I can tell from the rules, it can be any of these. It doesn't have to specifically be all of them, those are just the general idea of it. Over here we have the don'ts, the things we cannot do, so no ridiculous heavy editing on the video, which I probably wouldn't do anyway. No mods, scripts are allowed, so I can't use my mech building pack. And no creations based on existing sci-fi IPs or franchises, which means I can't just drop like my Metal Gear build or my Warhammer Titan or any of that stuff into it and call it a day. I have to make something original from scratch. And then over here we've got there are some bonus conditions for an extra little aspect of the competition. Design a mechanical docking station for a small ship or drone-like vehicle that can receive a landing vehicle, automatically remove and replace a battery or module or container or something like that, and then deploy the vehicle again so it can continue its operation. Key points being docking swapping mechanism is the core of the challenge, emphasis on automation, reliability, mechanical design, and creative solutions using rotors, pistons and hinges. And if any of you have watched any of my Alien Survival series, you will know that that one is exactly more or less the kind of thing that I've been tinkering around with. So that shouldn't be too difficult. Anyway, so I have to do something original. It can't just be one of my replica designs. So what I was thinking of is I've got a bit of a thing about mobile bases at the moment. This is one I designed a while back. It's like a little self-contained base. It's been a while since I played with this one. Where did I put the button to get in? Ah, there we go. That's the mech dock. That's the lift. There we go. So yeah, I've got this mechanical base. This is one of the first mobile bases that I built. It's got a basic lift system on the inside to allow you to get in and out without having to screw around too much, or without having to fly up to it. Bum, 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 bum. That's the wrong side. That's the button. And then that can take us up into the mech, and then inside here is all the kind of basics of a, well, all the essentials that you need for some kind of functioning base. Let that, all the way up. There we go. Right, so in here we've got O2 generators, hydrogen engines, assemblers and refineries, and control seats for drill arms and stuff. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, and then there's like basic crew quarters and stuff on the top deck. In here, and a little control station. There we go, so we can drive the thing around. And then, find the right buttons. It's been a while since I've used this one. Water control, number 6. There we go. And then that can walk around and we can turn it and steer it and all that kind of fun stuff. But this one is maybe a year or two old now. It's a little bit outdated. It's missing quite a few of the new blocks, and it's got a few balance issues. It's very heavy at the back because of where I positioned the control tower. And then we've got my slightly newer one that I did for Ayers and engineered Coffee's farm competition thing a while back. It's been a while since I played with this design as well. Did I put a button? There we go. So this is a similar thing, except a bit bigger, bit more of a developed idea. Very different leg system. And it's all got all sweeping legs. That has a combination of sweeping and undulating legs. Let me hop up here. That one doesn't quite reach the ground. And then this is a similar vibe. And it's basically just the big brother to that other one. It's laid out very similar, just a little bit better spaced. So again, got assemblers, reactors. This one came out after we got the new survival kit, so I put one of them in there. Got a refinery. It's got an irrigation system because it's got a farm on it, and again it's got setups for some collector arm things. So my plan is I would like to try and build another mobile base, but the ridiculous idea I've had is rather than have it as a single self-contained contraption. This one's got direct gyro control. I didn't put a gyro turn system on this. This one's just controlled with the mouse. It's a bit easier. But yeah, rather than have a single self-contained base with everything crammed into it, the idea I wanted to try was loosely connected to some of these bonus conditions. Particularly mechanical docking. I was thinking of basically building a starting base that is a bunch of separate mechs that can dock up to each other as and when needed. So, for instance, have, say, a refinery mech that can do drilling and process ore, but then if I want to build stuff, I have to connect it to a factory mech, which has the assemblers and stuff like that on it. It's a loose kind of ridiculous idea, but I thought I'd try it out anyway, because why not? So, I'm going to use some of the ideas off these two as a kind of, not really a baseline, but more of an inspiration. And I think I'm going to start by trying to build a refinery mech, like I just mentioned, because that's pretty much where your production line starts at the base, is you need that refinery. You're not really getting very far if you can't produce the ore. So, let's get rid of all that. I hope my microphone sounds okay. I've tried routing it a slightly different way than what I was doing, because I was using NVIDIA Broadcast for a while, just because it was on there and it connected up all nice and neat and had a decent AI noise filter on it. But the recent update to NVIDIA Broadcast, it is just absolutely rinsing my GPU now. Mac sounds good on this end. Thank you. Good. Yeah, NVIDIA Broadcast was just rinsing my GPU. Kind of annoying that an audio feature was stealing processing power off my graphics, but yeah, I've decided to bin NVIDIA Broadcast and just route my microphone straight through OBS instead, and use OBS as noise filter and see if that works a little bit nicer. Because I was having a few issues with my computer crashing during streams over the last few weeks, and I think it was related to graphics issues, and I don't think NVIDIA Broadcast was helping any. But anyway, so I want to build a refinery kind of mech. What's that, Stephen? So the refinery mech, hand over an ingot container to the factory mech. Something like that, I'm thinking. Either have a crane system that can deposit containers from one mech to another, or have like a docking umbilical system where they can connect up to each other in one way. But I'm thinking, or possibly both, I'm not sure. I need to build the mechs first, and then figure out exactly how I'm going to get them to interact with each other, because I can probably get them to line up pretty well using some AI blocks and relative waypoints using beacons. Let's get rid of that. So the AI side of it might not actually be that difficult. I've been doing a lot of experimenting with AI docking systems lately. But yeah, I was thinking, rather than building these things like giant bugs or spiders or things like that, I want to make them more like buildings with legs. Because these guys are quite obviously sort of loosely based on boats and battleships and things. Maybe have a bit of that style to it as well. But yeah, I kind of like the idea of like a building with legs, kind of almost Howl's Moving Castle or Mortal Engines style. Except Mortal Engines is more buildings with wheels, but there are a few walking mechs in that. So I'm thinking design factory's kind of setup of it first, and then figure out the leg arrangement and control systems after. So if we just go for some kind of basic thing like that for now. What's that? Chad. Refinery mech ejects ingots onto its flat top back. Robotic arm picks up a pile of ingots and deposits them onto the flat top back of the assembly module. Yeah, possibly. I've got a few loose ideas of what I could do. Because one of the rules stipulated a cargo container for the docking and transfer system, so yeah, I might try and figure out a way of doing something with the where are they? Oh, you've gone to... There you go, the modular cargo containers, because I quite like them. They look really cool. And I could very easily attach an advanced rotor head to the bottom of that as its connection point, and use advanced rotors to transfer materials and things. So, basic thing we're going to need for a refinery mech is a refinery. And I don't want to go overkill on it. I don't want it to be... yeah, because too many refineries is going to drain too much power, and I want these things to be kind of survival-ish ready. I don't want to have them all rely on reactors to run, basically. I want them to be able to power themselves if I can. I think we're all going to need a coffee for this one. I mean, I'm going to be at this for a few hours. It's only 4 o'clock where I am. I'm planning to sit here till at least 10 o'clock this evening, in one capacity or another. So, if you need to go and grab a brew or whatever, feel free. I will be here still. So, let's have a quick, you know what, let's grab spectator mode. That makes life a little easier. So what did we do inside this one? We've got a refinery there. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks wide on the inside. You probably don't need that much space. 1, 2, 5, 7. Give me that for a second. Got time to kill, letting the frozen chicken thaw, then I can air fry it for dinner later. I just had some chicken. I made some very, very tasty, spicy, crispy chicken Chinese style thing. Because I follow a bunch of chefs, Chinese chefs on YouTube and love cooking. Right, so how should we do this? They're an awkward side refineries. They're 2 blocks wide, which means it always has to be offset somewhere, somehow. Yeah, I'll just bung it in the middle. I'll just bung it in the middle for now. So, we'll have a refinery in the middle. You know what, we'll have a couple of modules on the back of it as well. We will just... Ooh, you know what, let's also pick a different skin colour. I want it to be a little bit industrial and a bit sort of degraded and nasty, so yeah, we'll go with a rusty skin colour. We'll just cover that in yield modules. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll give it 2 of them. I'll give it 2 power efficiencies because it's gonna have power issues, probably. Right, so gonna have a refinery. Also gonna need upload storage. Decisions. Decisions. What's that, chat? You've got a whole chicken and it just barely fits in your air fryer. Never really used an air fryer. I've always been a fan of more traditional deep frying. Right, what should I do with this whole setup? Let me work out a bit more of the shape, actually. Because it's going to need... Yeah, you know, actually, let's work out a bit of the shape first, because otherwise I'll just get lost if I don't have something to kind of box me in and give me some kind of space to work inside. So, 1, 2, 3, what's that? That's 7 across. Right. What did we do? The leg setup on this. Oh yeah, let's see. Give me a second. Let me just get my reference picture folder up. I've got a bunch of traction cities in there, I think. Reference pictures. did I call them anything useful? No, I did not. Bum, bum. Where are they? No, apparently I don't have them in here. Oh well, my idea's going to the bin. You know what, give me a second. I am just gonna get good old Google images up and see if I can find some decent Traction City images to give me a bit of inspiration on what shapes to build. Oh yeah, that's one I was looking at the other day. Might be something like that again, actually. Yeah, go on then. That might work. Ooh. Ooh, that's cool. Oh, that's like a giant spidery oil rig thing. Okay. Yeah, because I'm thinking I might have also some kind of drilling drone on it as well, because I want to build some drilling arms like this thing on the mech, so it can drill into the ground and harvest ore. But for some of the deeper things, I might try and incorporate my my vertical mining drone from my Sphinx design. Yeah, you know, actually, just to get things speeded along, I think I might just copy this kind of leg base here. And then we can do what we like with the top half of it. So, what have we got here? Not too far away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's 9. Yeah, the Sphinx is a fun little design. I had to do a lot of screwing around with relative waypoints to get that thing working. But in theory, I might be able to reassign that mining drone to a new beacon on this build, and it could hopefully, possibly work alright, but I'll probably still have to rebuild some stuff. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 wide. Over here in spectator mode. How did we build that? We did that. Oh, right, yeah, let's see. Okay. Let's take that off. Because I'm not much of a building builder, I'm not much of an architect, so when it comes to stuff like that, I get a little bit lost unless I have some kind of starting point. We need to end up resizing it. I can do that easily enough. Right, so we will, because he's going to be a big chunky boy, we'll definitely give him 8 legs. So how did we space them on here? This works pretty nicely. What's that, Chad? If you're doing these as module mechs, when you need more refining power, just connect up another refinery module. Seems like a decent plan. I mean, yeah, could be. Could do. Could have multiple refining mechs. Get them all working in tandem. For the moment, I just want to have one of each. I want to have, like, a refinery mech, a factory mech. There'll be, like, a central base mech that they all follow. There'll be another farming mech. It'll be more dedicated farming than this one. This one's got a nice farm on the back, which I might end up copying this entire thing onto a new mech. Yeah, I want to have everything kind of separated. With, like, little crew quarters for people on each mech. Something like that. So, how are they spaced? They are 1, 2, 3. That's a decent gap. Yeah, that's a 3-block gap. Where is that? That is sitting just above that. Right, okay. Cool. So, if I do something like so. Oh, I've gone way off the centre there, haven't I? Actually, I might want that nearer back. Ah, we can change it wherever we like, it's fine. How long have I made that then? I've made that an even number. That is no good. Don't like even numbers. They don't work well with symmetry. Various mechs following the main base, sort of like ducklings following a mama duck. Yeah, kind of. Because I could get them to all follow main mech with the AI grid blocks very easily, and then use other AI blocks to have them dock up in various ways depending on what needs doing. Because obviously a refinery mech would need to connect up to the factory mech, and then the factory mech would need to be able to distribute components to other places as necessary for building and repairing and manufacturing stuff in other places. Right, so I think I've done that and confused myself. Why did I set that off for center? That's now 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is actually the middle. That can be the new middle. That can go away. That's cool. That makes a little bit more sense visually. So we've got that one in the middle, which will be this here. So a block either side makes a 3-block gap. Oh, that was the wrong button. Right, yeah, so then I thank you. Yeah, let's use these blocks now that we've got them. Right, so let's pick a new colour for that. What was that colour? That was that grey. Let's go with the darker grey and the sci-fi armour. That'd be like that. That'd be like that. Yeah, and then rotor hanging off the bottom of that. Cool. 1, 2, 3. That needs to be another block longer. 1, 2. That needs to be another block longer. And then we could use that space maybe for control systems and gyro and stuff. Cool. Okay. Right. So let's extend that by another block either end so we can get that last pair of legs in. That can do that. That can do that, and that, and that. 1, 2, 3 block gap. 1, 2, 3 block gap. Yeah, cool. And then just some basic rotors. 1, 2, 3. And 4. What did I do with these legs? Because these worked quite well, I think. Do something similar, I reckon. Yeah, okay. Bum, 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 bum. Then again, we do have these cool new blocks. I want to try and incorporate some of these into the leg design. So maybe we could start with something like that. What did I do with that? That was that. It's a flat section of vent underneath, and then it goes upward to 2x1s. Oh look, there's some air vents. Pop that on there. Heat vent, not air vent. Yeah, not too bad. Bum, 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 bum. And then what could we do after that? Outcast, hey, how you doing? And here goes one of the podium winners for the upcoming contest. Yeah, I did think when I saw that competition, like, because I first saw it on Steam, on just the Steam homepage. I thought, ooh, have Keen made a competition just for me? And I was jokingly thinking, maybe I should just submit my whole channel. And then I saw the little rule about no sci-fi replicas, and it's like, damn, they're gonna make me make something from scratch. Fine, I'll do something from scratch. And I will go over the top with it. Yeah, we'll do something like that. What to do with that leg? That is that and that and that and that and that and that. Right, so that's easy enough. So let's switch to an armor collar. I'm gonna do that leg there. Do that. Could just use a pipe block. Yeah, we'll do that. Ooh, actually, no, because then, oh, actually, I will cover it up anyway, won't I? So that won't matter. That's fine. Yeah, we will do that then. What's that, Outcast? You might participate in it too with your O's. Go for it, dude. That's why I dropped a link for it in the description of the stream, because I think more people should mess around with stupid mechanical ideas. It's a very fun aspect of the game. Right, yeah, okay, so I'm just gonna pretty much replicate that for the moment. If I want to change the leg design later, I can do. It won't be too difficult. In fact, it would be easier if I put a bit of mirror mode on there. Oh no, it wouldn't, because those blocks don't mirror properly, do they? Ah, there we go. What did we do over there? That is then table on tip, and then some armour plates covering up the hinge. Design the next bit of the leg slightly differently though, but yeah, right, we'll take that hinge idea, we'll pop that. Take that mirror mode off for a second, it's confusing. There we go, we'll have it that way round. And then that other leg, what can we do with you? Yeah, I see. Let's do something slightly different. Yeah, I always forget. Every single time. I always forget, no power means floppy hinges and rotors. There you go, have a bunch of batteries. Deal with proper power later on. Right, let me go there. We've got that. There we go, it didn't keel over. Feed the machine. Yes, you must feed the machine. Machines need power. Right, okay. Oh, actually, maybe I'll do that way instead. Oh, actually, yeah. See why there's the cube there now. You know what? Let's just copy that. Fact. Let's replicate that side. What we did with that, and then did something like that, which then had a rotor on the end of it. Cool. Where are we? We are there. That was the correct orientation. Okay, and then it's just the foot design after that. Right, this is the bit where it gets annoying because there is a long-standing audio bug that I have bug reported at least twice now that still exists in this game. It really annoys me. Bump. There's feet. Oh, right, yeah. So, there is a really annoying audio bug where if you put a remote control on a subgrid And then that subgrid is attached to either a wheel or a thruster. It will multiply the sound of the engine noises in the control seat. It's not too bad when it's only the one. But once I put 8 legs on there, that will get loud and annoying. So I might end up building the control seats on subgrids, because it doesn't seem to affect the player when the seat is on a subgrid. Let me just wash one of them on the back for a second. Yeah, it's not too bad right now, but once I've multiplied that by 8 legs, it will get real loud and real obnoxious. And I'm hoping they fix it at some point. Oh. Yeah, if I want to be able to use the brake controls on the suspensions without using script, that is the only way of doing it really, is putting a remote control block on the same grid as the wheels, and then you can use the parking brake controls on the remote control to do that stuff. Insert J.K. Simmons laughing gif here. Oh, J.K. Simmons, what a legend. Right, okay. So we're going to go with something along the lines of that. Let's copy all the settings on that rotor for a second. Of course you're spinning the wrong way, because rotors love to get confused between negative and positive values. There we go. There you go. Right, you happy now? Right, groovy. Dude is built. Yeah, I've seen those shots of him training for whatever film role it was, and yeah, from as old as he is, he looks jacked. I wouldn't mess with him. Right, and that. Be like that. Something like that. And then. Oh yeah, that's a little bit high at the moment. But once we've got. You know what? I'm going to turn that down for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Put it to 50 million for now. But once we've got a load of weight on it, that'll probably have to go back up again. There you go, it's not jiggling quite as manically as it was before. 300 million. That's probably a bit too much for the moment. Turn all of that back down too. Right, cool. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Oh, it doesn't help that I put that on the wrong way around. Because I wanted that curve to be on the inside of the leg. That's like that, that's like that, that's like that. Cool. How did we decorate the outside of that then? Just something basic like that. I'll do something similar, I reckon. Let's grab that colour. Right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I was actually going to do that the other way around, wasn't I? Yeah, that's the one. I was going to do that like that. And I was actually thinking of... Where is it? Doing something like that. A little bit more protected down there. Oh yeah, and then we did that around there. Where's the basic armor points? Not that one, that's the one. Oh yeah, I also expanded the leg out as well, didn't I? So let's take them back out. There we go, it's a little bit of symmetry mode. Do over there. Oh yeah, see. Oh yeah, or I can just use that probably. Yeah, let's go with that now. Keep it simple, stupid. We'll make it a bit more daft later on if we need to. And then that's just... Yeah, okay. Right, I got it. It's one of these. That one attaches, but that's the one. Then where's the little... Where? Cool, there it is. Right, groovy. Okay, so that's like a rough, quick leg design. Oh yeah, let's grab those settings from there, pop them onto there too. 75 million, that's fine. That's fine. So then we can build it in drive mode. Right, what are we going to do under here? We do under there on that side. Oh, right, that's what we did under there on that side. We'll do things a little bit different, because we've designed some stuff slightly differently, so... Possibly that. What have we got on that side? Maybe we could go with that. Where are you? There you are. Oh, no, wrong one. That's the one. Let's take that out. What if I replace it with, what's it? Beam block. Triangular beam block. Put that in there for a little bit of extra detail. We're reconnecting. Reconnection successful. Yep. Are we back again? And we're back again. Right, sorry about that. Internet signal cut out for a second. Ah, good. Not everyone can see it again. Yeah, cool. Right. Right, before we go mad, building up around that. I'm gonna have to copy and paste that a whole bunch of times, so let's just be lazy about it. I've made a copy of that. Chop it off there. Damage should be off, hopefully. I think I turned damage off. Yes, it did. Cool. So we won't break anything while I recklessly chop things to pieces. Right, so I need to put where is it? I need to wash all of them on all of these legs. Hopefully I can paste that onto there. I might need to extend it out a bit further. Yeah, we're gonna have to do the first block as well, aren't we? So, what was it? What? Oh, it was a vent. It was a heat vent. Where did I put them? There they are. Ah, right, so I've got the vent opening up. Yeah, that way. Alright, where it already was. Cool, okay. Let's do that. How are the kitties doing? The kitties are doing alright. They're doing much better than they were. They're both passed out on my bed behind me. Right, why is that alarm going off? Oh, because I'm earlier than I usually am. The kitties are doing fine. They're doing much better. My boy's skin condition seems to have calmed down quite a bit. Thanks to the medication. Again, I am very grateful to the people that contributed towards that, particularly the person that donated nearly 200 quid by themselves. You are absolutely amazing. It's helped out greatly. Yeah, the cats are doing much better. They're just being lazy little sods like cats are. What am I doing? I don't need to do that. I need to chop that off there. I should be able to paste that on to the legs. Yes, there we go. Right. That can go there. Ooh, where are we? Right in the way is where we are. Yeah, there we go. Then we'll just need to rename a bunch of stuff and rebuild the bits of those connections that I had to remove. So what was that? It was half blocks, a bunch of them to start with. 1, 2, 3, 4. The other one I built already. 5, 6, 7. Cool. Ah. Thank you. That's that one there, and then it was, oh yeah, that, may as well keep that a lot handy. That's going in there, and there, and there, there, and there, and there, and there, and the other one is just 2 more tips. Oh, missed one. What's that? Yours is trying to eat your thumb currently. Yeah, mine did that the other week when I took him to the vet. I was quite embarrassed actually. I took my cats to the vet for a check-up and to get some more meds for them, and my boy Roo, he just does not like people other than me and a few select members of my family. He started bouncing around the vet's office like a ninja. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. I literally had to pry him off the top of the door frame because he just had a massive panic attack when we got to the vets. He did not know what was going on and was not happy about the situation. And then when I had to put him back in his carrier, he decided to sink his teeth into my thumb. And then the vet ended up having to give me a plaster, so I ended up getting more medical treatment at the vet than my bloody cat did. Ridiculous. Right, we need to copy and paste some leg settings to make this a bit quicker and easier. Yeah, it was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. Outcast. I don't think the vet had seen anything quite like it either, but yeah, my boy Roo, he is a strange one. He reckons he's really hard and big and scary, but he is also the absolute definition, living embodiment of the phrase scaredy cat. He is the most nervous thing in the world. But rather than responding with fear, he responds with aggression and gets really angry. Why are you clanging out? There you go. Right, settle down. Oh, it's because of the... It's because of the ridiculous forces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. 300 million newtons, or meganewtons, is not really necessary right now. 7, there we go. It's a little bit much. Call it 50 million instead. I think that one needs changing as well. Yep. Yeah. 300 million newtons is too much for you when you've not actually got any weight on you. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. It's... To be honest, I feel like people not understanding how the torque forces work causes a lot of clang issues in this game. There is absolutely such a thing as too much torque, and there is absolutely a thing as too little torque. It is a fine balance between the two. You know what, that setting is going to be the same all the way around, so you know what, I'm just going to copy it off there instead. That is going to be pretty uniform, so that will be mid-right. Nope, that will be mid-front right, because we've got 8 of them. Oh, I copy and pasted the whole leg, you fool. You don't need to do that. I just need to change that. That'll be rear. Mid-rear right. And that will be rear right. Cool. It's the rotors that are in the important thing that I need to copy and paste. So copy that, and we'll paste that onto here. Yeah, clang, clang, clang. You know, I'll deal with those in a minute. Get the rest of these rotors. Copy all. Ah, Zaphead. Hello, Dread. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, I'm alright, man. Just messing around with some silly ideas again. Right, then we need the mid-rear left. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, we'll fix you in a second. You worry. That is why we've got damage turned off at the minute. Nothing that breaks too much while we're messing around. Copy all of that. Paste that onto there. Yep, that's all good. Let's get rid of that. Because it might not even need to be 50 million, because we're not going to have a whole base contained in this one. Right, let's rename these bits. That's front left. That will be mid-front left. Mid-rear left. Right. Rear left, there we go. Mid-rear left, that's one. And rear left. And I just need to do the same with the feet and the suspensions and the brake control. So that's front left again. That is mid front left. Oop. Didn't change that one properly. Oh no, I did. Yeah, I did. Looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, that's fine. Mid rear left. Rear left. That gets to be brake control. Rear left. We will... we don't need to do any of those settings right now, we just need the name. Oop, too far. So that'll be mid rear left. Mid front left. And front left. Oh, hey, Aya, how you doing, man? How's things? Brake control. Front right. Copy that. Copy, paste. Mid front right. Very important to name all these things in some kind of way that makes sense to you, otherwise it gets real confusing when you try and do all the complex controls and stuff later on. And then final one can be rear right, then we just need to do the same with the suspensions. Suspension, that's the one. Front left 0 1. I'm doing good. I am good. Just thought I'd do something a little bit different this afternoon than bashing my head against restrictive survival conditions that I've set for myself. Thought I'd play around with something a little bit more creative, because I saw, like I said at the beginning of the stream, saw Kina doing basically a mechanical stuff competition, so I thought I'd do mechanical stuff. Why not have a little play around with some daft ideas? So rear left, mid rear left, mid front, left. Why have I put left? I'm on the right hand side, you fool. Oh no, rear right. All good. Oh no, I have put left in there. That's the right hand side, you divvy. Yeah, mid rear right. Why have I put left in there? Mid front right. Why have I done all of them as the left hand side? That's the front. Yeah, that is the front. Oh well, looks like the right one for that side now. Mid front left. Copy post. Mid rear left. Copy and paste, and you. Oh, looking at the wrong thing. There we go. Right, okay, so I think that is that stuff all named for the moment. Right, so we've got a bit of a shape to work with now. What are we on? An hour into the stream and my cup of tea's gone cold already. That's tragic. Right, so there you go. See how loud that is now? With all of those suspension blocks and the remote control blocks. It's obscene, isn't it? That's how ridiculously loud it gets with a large grid remotes on subgrids. So I have reported this. It is on Keen's radar. They've said they're investigating it, but yeah. That is the idle sound of just the thrusters and the suspension blocks doing nothing. if I remove one, it might get a bit quieter. If I remove... Oh, I think it's the actual remote block that causes the bug. If I remove those two remotes and those suspension blocks, it is slightly quieter. If I do another set, remove them. It gets quieter still. Really, really annoying bug, because it doesn't affect small grids, it only affects large grid. I take off another set of remotes and another set of suspension blocks. You can barely hear it. It is so irritating. But yes, Stephen, a subgrid control seat, for whatever reason, does fix that issue. So this one here, loud as heck. Bum ba bum, ba bum ba bum. Rotor will do. Da 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 da. That one's still out. I think it's a large grid issue. Let me convert that to a small grid seat. There we go. It's a large grid issue. I don't know what the root of it is, but it winds me up because it doesn't affect small grids, but it does affect large grids. Really annoying. Because what that means is you then have to create a control system using gyros to make the mech move, rather than just having gyroscopes on the main grid and using the seat. You can either have direct gyro control and be deaf, or you can do something daft with a subgrid rotor and do it that way. And I think we're going to end up having to do it that way, because that bug is still an issue. Yeah, I don't know what causes it. Well, I know it's something to do with the remote control blocks. But I don't know exactly why it doubles up the sound. Because it basically seems to add another layer of the ambient sounds for every remote control that's attached via a subgrid. So if you've got an 8-legged thing like this with 8 remote blocks, you're getting 8 times the sound. Or be lazy and use scripts. You see, that's like the antithesis of my whole ethos. Is I don't like using scripts to control things. I like to, now that we've got the event controls and things, I like to try and work out a way of doing it mechanically. It's not as much fun if you just throw a script at it. Or at least it isn't for me anyway. I like the challenge of trying to figure out how to make it work. Right, anyway, we've got legs and a basic body and a refinery plonked in the middle. Oh yeah, yeah, you see the issue, if you're referring to like Whip's subgrid rotor, or Whip's rotor control script, I find they've got a bit of a delay in them, which can be a bit annoying when you're trying to do things quickly or precisely. Anyway, right, I need to figure out what I'm doing with this, because I want everything to be accessible from the ground in the same... Oh, for God's sake, I forgot I left the survival stuff on. Let's just give myself a whole bunch of meal packs to chow down on. Yeah, I want everything to be accessible from ground level. I don't want to have to rely on jetpacks or anything to get in and out of the mechs, so I need to build a lift system to get in and out. So we're going to do probably something similar to that. In fact, let's do a quick little test. If I slap a battery or two on the back of you, copy you, paste you there, delete all of that nonsense and delete that. How well are you sitting? You are sitting 1, 2, 3, 4, just over 4 blocks from the floor. And you are 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so yeah, so you are about the same height, because I've pretty much set the legs up the exact same way. So, lift system like that would probably work as a way of getting in and out. So from the floor to the ceiling is 1, 2, 3, 4 with the piston buried up in the ceiling. Okay. Now, question is, whereabouts do we put that? Because it also needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the door. Dun 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 dun. I could have just copied the whole bottom section of this mech, but that would be cheating. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm thinking we'll have the refinery in the back end. Control system and other things at the front end. We are bang in the middle there. I need a 6 block gap. I might have to readjust this little stand that he's sitting on. Bring that all the way back there. Instead, let's chop that out. Might end up moving the refinery as well. So 1, 2, 3. Get rid of that. Get rid of that for a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's gonna be. What's that going on in the chat? Currently trying to figure out how to script a display, some basic info in my rover. Not easy for me. Oh yeah, Outcast guys, one of the scripting guys. I'm sure there's a whole help channel for that on the Keen Discord. You've asked in multiple Discords, got no response. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, I don't really know too much about scripting, so I can't really offer much advice on that. Yeah, there's gonna be 4 block gap. Let's be up in front. Yeah, we're gonna have to make you a big boy, aren't we? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, we'll do that there then. So. Oh, yeah, also. Oh, I might have to resize some stuff. I forgot how wide this thing needs to be. It is... Oh, the lift's only 3 blocks wide. That is fine. We can live with that. Yeah, so we can do that like that. Yeah, that was the wrong button. I deleted the thing that had the colours on it. Go, let's grab that rust colour. Let's put some hanging doors in here. So, I am gonna have a couple with the windows, and one with the little groove down the middle. And then from there it is 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks up. So let's get my fat head out of the way for a second. Let's have a little nosy again. What did we do? Ooh, where are we? Yeah, at the wrong end of the Mech. So 1, 2, 3. 4 is the ceiling, and the piston base is buried in the 4th block. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 is that. So that is that. Piston is theoretically sitting there. However, we are... yeah. I really like that. Yeah, I'll have the piston there then. Do. Is that right? I assume it's right. When we do that, that is just a rotor, small head, and then a little scaff structure thing. That's easy enough to replicate. Might even just copy and paste that whole lift system or something similar to it. Regular rotor. Can live there. Get rid of that rotor head. Add a small one instead. Yeah, we'll do something similar, but I've got some other ideas for what else I want to do with that. Right, so let's throw in a cross pillar. And what did I do? Oh yeah. Stop going off alarms. Got to turn them all off. I'll have some beam blocks on the side on this one instead. Make it look a little bit more industrial. Is that right? Seems a little bit low. Definitely got that the right way round, haven't I? Let's do a little test. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's sitting one block above that. Okay. Right, okay. Yeah, so that is fine where it's sitting. I do need to open up these doors so I can get underneath it a bit better. Right, so what do we do with this lift? That is just a bunch of armor blocks straight up to the bottom of those scaff blocks, or truss blocks. Cool, right, so... How big did we make it? 5 across. Yeah, we'll just do 5 across for now. Oop. See you later, random block. Yeah, we'll just have a little 4-seater lift like this one. We'll do the seats slightly differently though. What was that idea I was messing with the other day? Grab that colour. Was it? I think it was something to do with... doing something with these. Where are the passenger seats? There they are. What is that? That's the one. Oh yeah, because they've got a stupid bloody connection point, haven't they? Oh yeah, that's why. I did that first. Then... that's the one. Then I put the seat down. Then I took them back out. Oh, damn it. Oh. Ah, bloody mirror mode and symmetrical blocks. There we go. Bum bum bum. And then I did another colour entirely. Where were they? One weird little bit of greeble design. Right, that can do that. And then that should, in theory, do the middle ones for now. That should fit nicely underneath there. Without too much issue. There's actually plenty of gap on that side. Yeah, that should be okay. I'm sure that lift is actually tied into that sign. Yes, it is. Maybe. Sector 0. Yeah, that fits nicely into there. As far as I know, that doesn't clang or screw up too badly. Yeah, cool. Then we will need it's that colour. Idiots. Ooh, what's that going on in the chat? Do you think Eco 2 will be the last update for SE1? No, not in the slightest. There is, like I just said, there's plenty more to come, mate. There's lots more to do with SE1 yet. SE1 may get wound down a little bit in the far future when SE2 is like up to the standard that SE1 is now. But there is plenty of life left in Space Engineers 1. Plenty of life. Trust me, there's loads to come yet. Because there would be absolutely no point in abandoning a fully functioning game for something that is still essentially an alpha game. SE2 is nowhere near like a full release yet, so yeah, SE1's got plenty of life left in it. I can't go and look at that other lift design, it's not world, different world. I can't remember how I did it. Oh, in fact, actually, I kind of half copied it from going on with this. What was I doing with this? Oh, yeah. I remember now. How did I do it? Was it? I think it was like that. Yeah, so that'll lift up to there. It's the wrong colour again. I think it was something like that. And that, I think. Oh, not reverse, that's not going to work, that's the wrong button. Dum 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 da dum da dum da dum. Yeah, I think that might work. And then if we swap back to that colour, plonk that on the end, potentially have that on the end. Because these armour plates are really nice to their collisions, we can actually get away with doing really cheeky things like that. Do that on that side, because then I can have finish the right way would be good. Ah, that's the only issue with having that in there though. So maybe not have that one there. So that could fold up. In fact, what did we do here? Oh, right, that's what we did. We put that in the middle because that tucks into the gap nicely. Then don't cover up the hinge. Yeah, cool. Right, so that can do that. That can then fold over all the way, and that can fold over all the way. That scrub it on there a bit. That can retract up to there and just about not scrub on everything. Burst that back out. Oh, that's gone too far. Clang. That wants to be 0, and that one wants to be 0. There we go. So that's reversed out, that's reversed out. And then we can set that to come down to a nice angle later on. I can work that out. Ooh. Yeah, then we can have that sort of retract to a nice flat angle, and then we'll be able to walk across that, get into the base that way. Something similar to that, but a little bit different, because why not? And then on that side, I might try and squeeze in either a drone or some kind of little vehicle. Maybe like a little ore scouting vehicle or something. Yeah, okay, right. Cool, let's join that ramp up. Get that in place. Right. Oh, it would help. For God's sake, I've not used a cube, I've used a weird block. That can all come off. A lot of times I accidentally select that block by mistake. Ugh, I'm not going to let you do it, are ya? Oh, fine, I'll just rebuild the whole thing. I named anything anyway. Oh, actually. Let's join these grids first. How did I do that? Oh, yeah, I see. Let's make that look pretty then. So we're going to have beam block end in there, beam block end in there, then that's just going to be regardless of what we're doing. That's just going to be another regular armor block if we can get it in there. Oh, it won't let us right now. We're going to have to merge them first. Yeah, just do that and that. Now, behave. Do that. Should be fine. I think. Is that hang a door in the way? Because that doesn't look like it's in the way. Yep, it was the hangar door, thought so. Right, that is joined. Pop that in the middle, get rid of that. Right then, what did we do after that? We had hinges, hinge, and another hinge. Don't need one in the middle. Oh, sorry, I missed what was going on in the chat there. I also feel like a lot of what is being done in SC1 is to test out ideas to refine SC2. Yeah, I think there's a bit of that going on, Outcast. They definitely were test running the environmental, like, weather stuff and those ideas in SE1 with that last update that brought in the environmental stuff, and then, lo and behold, very soon after, Space Engineers 2 got some environmental stuff, but hey, I don't mind that at all. I mean, the V-Rage 3 engine's basically, like, built off the back of the V-Rage 2, so why not try out some ideas in SE1? See how well you can get them working with the old engine, and then if they're good and the player base like them, and all the devs like them, move them over to the new engine and see how you can expand upon them. Right. I'll finish off doing this little... mocking out this little lift section. So that was going to have that and that. That and that. What do I do with this side? Yeah, just that all the way down. Right, cool. I need to lift. Oop. Oh, you know what? Actually, we will turn that one off for the minute, so it's not going to fight me while I play with that one. There we go. I think I'm going to go straight onto one of them. Do that like that. And then we can maybe have a half catwalk that meets up to that ramp a little bit. Right, so then we can... Oh. Want to put that in there, that in there, that, and that in there, and then we can merge the two of them. And that can go there, that can go there, that can go there, that is merged, lovely. Wash a couple of them in there, get rid of that. That is now 1 grid, 2 grid, 3 grid. Wicked. Right. So that can go across there. That can go across there. That can go across there. That can meet up to there. Let's just quickly, for the moment, turn that hinge off until we've set up some controls. So that splits nicely there. That wants to be 0. That also wants to be 0. That one is going to get all sorts of different changes, I think. Cool, and then... yeah, so that needs to be able to fold all the way up. That side can fold all the way down. When the lift is moving up and down, like so, and then it can extend back out again when it gets to the top or the bottom. And then we'll think about something on that side, but that is going to be the footprint of the lift, which means I can kind of work around that. Hang on. So we decide to start hoovering right outside my door. very loud. What's else that going on in the chat? Oh yeah, this is still their moneymaker too, they can't afford to stop. Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest game, so they're going to keep supporting it for a while. Stephen, this is one of the few games you purchase and update without question. Yeah, same here. I have all of the DLC. I had all of them on my Xbox up until the point that I swapped platforms. But yeah, I pretty much, I mean, Keen have been nice enough to give me a free copy of the last couple of updates, so I haven't actually had to pay for them, but when I do have to pay for them, I don't even question it. It's like, yep, new update, cool, here's some money, gimme, 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 gimme. I want new blocks, I want new toys. I'm not bothered what they are, just give me them. Right, so let's just put in a rough idea like that for the minute. So when we bring the lift back up here, it can theoretically, yeah, we'll make it less clangy later. That can theoretically meet up with... Oh, of course it's just a little bit too far. Why wouldn't it be just a little bit too far? Yeah, well, I'm sure there's something else we can do about that, but yeah, we'll just put that in for now as a placeholder. I might even extend that out a little bit further, to be honest. Probably put a few more. Yeah, probably actually put another layer of plate on that and it not be too bad when it's folded up. Yeah, that gap's not too bad. Oh yeah, and then to fill in the gap in the middle, all the way along. Where are they? I like using these little windows. That'll be that there. That'll be that there. I need to unfold that a bit. There we go, that'll do for all the minutes. That all the way down there. That all the way down there. That could be the bit that we walk on. So yeah, if that folds all the way up, like so. There's that. Push that all the way down. Yeah. Might clear it when it all moves out at once. Well, it does get very close. We'll just have to program it so that lifts up first and then the rest of it settles into place. That's easily done though. So yeah, that gets quite tight to that. And it hangs down below that a little bit, but not too badly. Close that over. And if we retract or extend that, see how far down that goes. Oh, we're nearly on 2 hours. I'm going to have a little tea break in a second, grab another brew. Let's make you go faster. Oh, we've already got to 10 meters. Oh yeah, we're all the way up in the air as well, aren't we? It's not going to help. So that'll be roughly floor level. That one's the switch lock rotor. That can reverse. That can reverse. That can extend out. Down, something like that. And then, yeah, that should be workable, I think. So that rotor's hanging about 2 blocks below that, which is what this should be doing as well. Let's turn that back on. Activate that whole system again. Just a little double check. Yeah, that's sitting about the same place. Yeah, although that ramp is quite a bit longer, isn't it? I'll figure something out. It'll be fine. Okay, right. That'll do that for the moment. So that's basic lift shaft idea. That's going to be the front end with controls and stuff in it. Back here is where we're actually going to have the refinery section. So maybe just bung that there for a second while we figure some other bits out. We're also going to need power. We're also going to need a control system. We also need to extend the body at least another block. That can come out for now. That can go there. That can go there. The remote back on, make my life easier. Yeah, okay. And the rest of all of that structure is mostly just aesthetic design. It's all down to how I want to make the thing look overall now. Right, so we have a refinery there, potentially. Oh yeah, I wanted to potentially have a mining drone bay or something along those lines. That's... Ooh, too many. That's going to need to be that high anyway, to be some kind of roof over the top of that. And that's going to be pretty much the ceiling height for that section. Could do. Eventually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That across there, that across there, that across there. Where did I put those modules? There they are. You're a Mogu, I'm not helping right now, so you can go away. Bum, 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 bum. Right. Oop, wrong thing. I think I might want to make this look maybe a bit like an oil tanker, perhaps. Yeah. Yeah, let's go with something like that, I reckon. But that has been 2 hours, so I am going to go and have a quick bio break and grab myself a fresh cup of tea. So I am going to step away from my computer for a few minutes, but I won't be gone long, so don't go anywhere. I'll be back very soon. I'll leave you with a lovely view of these two creations while I'm away. Yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Right, I am back again. Fresh cup of tea in hand. Right, what are we doing? Right, yes, I'm thinking maybe oil tanker kind of vibe for this guy. And maybe extending him back a little bit further, because I do also need to get... Where is it? I do also need to get some storage into him. Keep refined ore and things. So we might extend this back a bit further. One, two, three, four. Yeah, that might need to be 5 actually. And we can extend the front out the same as well to try and keep it a bit balanced, hopefully. So yeah, I think maybe a big cargo. No, that's quite a big gap though. Don't need that much space. Wait, let's... Yeah, maybe bring that in a little bit closer. We'll probably pipe it up through there and have access to it through there. Or do I want to swap them around so that I can have the raised bit at the back, maybe? You know what, I'll leave it as it is. Leave it as is. Because realistically, you want the ore going into the refinery first, and the ingots go into the storage at the back. 1, 2, 3. That's not too bad. So if we kind of copy. Oop. We did there. Let's bring that back across. Bring that across. That across. And then to be honest, actually I want the back end of it to kind of round off a little bit. What do we do around there? No, we just did that right there. What would we do? Let's take... that back out. Let's take... what we got here? What can I do? Ooh, actually. Peel that back another layer. Oop, see you later block. Clean you up later. Oop, wrong place. Put that in there. Stick that in there. Stick that there. Get rid of that for a second. Switch back to that side. Yeah, not a bit better. Yeah, we can have something like that for back end of it. That I can go across there. That can essentially be the top deck. We can cover that piston up. We'll bring that out. What did we do? We extended that end by 5, didn't we? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's sticking out the same amount from either end. Yeah. What's that? Could you rotate the refinery with could you rotate the refinery so with its modules it's 3 by 2? I mean we could, yeah. We could, but then the front side of it would be here and a bit more awkward to access. I've got a sort of idea of what I want to fill that space with. I think I'm probably going to leave that like that, because what I'd like to do is put in some platforms off the side of that so that you can physically access the other modules without having to fly or anything like that. So I think that's probably the best way for now, although it'll have a negligible effect on the centre of mass. It'll probably balance out some stuff on that side. Bum 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 bum. So, that's going to be the furthest most point up front. You know what? I'm going to stick with the boat idea. I like it. I like the aesthetic. So we're going to do something similar to that, but a little bit more oil tankery for this one. So how do I get an oil tankery shape at the front? I think it's going to be something like that. Nope, not that one. Possibly that one. Where is it? Oh, I've got the wrong size, that's why. Yeah, because an oil tank is a bit more rounded than what I've done over here with this battleship looking one, or aircraft carrier looking one. Like that. It does look quite round, but might need to make it a bit wider. Yeah, I need to make that wider. It's gonna get too skinny. Actually, that's not too bad. You know what, I might leave it like that, see how that works. So that needs to come out. That can change to that. Yeah, that's not really going to be able to go much further back, is it, now? Oh, it might not need to go any further back than that, though. Right, let's get rid of that layer. That doesn't need to be there. They can both just be regular blocks. And then that can come out, that can come out. That and that can both go. Get rid of mirror mode for a second. That, and then that. Oh yeah, because we need to figure out what to do in the rest of this shape. So from there, I think maybe that. Yeah, that joins up nicely. Oh, we are going to have some bloody awkward shapes though. I don't want to be that. Ah. Oh yeah, we can just take that out and do that instead. That'll be fine. Yeah, groovy. Ah, I forgot to turn mirror mode back on. Oh well. Not difficult. Oop. That's the wrong bloody place though. There we go. Okay. Mirror mode, you can go back on now. Right, so then do layer like that all the way around the end. And that can be essentially the top deck. So we've then got this space to play with. And we've got this space to play with. And then we can do a bunch of other stuff up there. So the other thing that I want this to be able to do is I want it to be able to mine stuff. So I want to build some arms like these on the front. Specifically more like this one, with the new drill on the front of it. Yeah, so, arms. Where are we? We are here. What have we got on this one? You are spaced 3 blocks apart. Well, I've not made this one that wide. You're only 1 block apart, that's fine. I can live with that. So yeah, maybe have them... Ooh. Have them plugged in there. Bum, 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 bum. We've got triangular windows, haven't we? Yes, we do. So I could potentially have a couple of control seats here and here so that you can see what you're doing while you're operating the arm. I could easily have the control seats on some subgrids there. I've done that before, that's not too difficult. Let's get that out. Replace it with that. So you can see a little bit better. That looks a little bit nicer. Yeah, so then we would need to think about what we're doing with a conveyor system. Thinking I might end up running the conveyor line through those blocks there with the reinforced ones. We took the oh, not that one. That's going to go there. That's going to go there. In fact, we'll make these the same colour as the armour. Wrong way around. So that wants to be that way. That wants to be that way. That wants to be that way. Let's not cut everything off down both sides at once. That would be very silly. And we can run the conveyor line back there to meet up with that at some stage. So then that would then need rotors and things. I'm going to orient this a little bit differently, I think. To where those windows are sitting. Right, so grab that colour. Advanced rotor. You facing forwards with your 0 markers. And bum ba bum bum bum. That was the wrong button. What have we done over here? Right, I think I want to do this a little bit differently. Let's put some of them on there first. And then have a couple of hinges, and then have a couple of pistons. Piston, piston. And then we did rotor, hinge, another piston, drill. Rotor, rotor, again, I think I want to do this a bit differently, so it's not just one subgrid immediately attached to another one. So let's do something like that, kind of the other way around. Yeah, that should be alright. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, that should be okay. Right, so then another set of hinges. And we can go immediately into another set of pistons. You can just be 0 for now, although I will get you to extend out further. So that can then sort of tuck in like that. Let's make you, just make you 15 now. Yeah, I'll make that a little bit more, call it 30. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, that'll be able to sort of tuck away like that. Where are the drills? I put tools on this toolbar earlier, I'm sure of it. Yes, I did. There we go. And we can have the funky new drill. Make sure that's the correct way around. Yeah, that's the correct way around. Groovy. Yeah, I'm gonna have a pair of drilling arms and they'll be able to Oop. Extend out and then drill into the ground and all that kind of stuff. Right, I'm gonna quickly name some of this stuff. So, arm rotor, left shoulder. Let's just throw a little bit of something on here. 50, 5, 6. I can never remember which way you're going to turn. Just behave. So I've got the chat box still open, that's fine. So your lower limit, we'll have your lower limit as 0, and your upper limit can be 15 or something for now. We'll work out the proper logistics of it later on. Right, so you can sit nicely in the middle. You can have shear inertia tensor, you can have shear inertia tensor, you can have shear inertia tensor. The pistons might not need it. The rotors and hinges definitely do though. Right, that could be that for now. Arm, hinge, left shoulder. Copy and paste it onto there, and I'll just copy that and swap some stuff over, should be fine. Right shoulder, lower limit, -15, upper limit, 0, reverse that back again. Cool. Right, This one I'm gonna have to probably use rotate 2 settings on, so rotor left elbow is what we'll call that. One, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm just gonna set all of those limits to 0 for now. I'll work them out properly when I get around to setting up controls for them. That could be right elbow, then got this, arm hinge, left elbow. 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 50 million. Copy all of that. Copy all of that. I've already done that one, have I? Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Right, they don't look like they've got a whole lot of clearance from the ground, though. That is one issue. Oh yeah, they are basically sitting at the same height. That might be a problem. It may be problematic, because... yeah, they're sitting a block higher on that. Okay. How else could we do that? Let's make a copy. Just in case. Ooh. Okay, we've still got that dynamic grids issue, do we? Fine. Yep, there you go. Yeah, because that is going to be hanging too low. Basically, those drills are going to scrape along the floor like that, so let's chop them off for a second. Maybe we need to go through here, do things a little bit differently and make a few concessions in the design. So let's put that there, that there. It's gonna look so crap. Ooh, actually, maybe we could come out of the side here. Oh, help, I'll have mirror mode on still. Maybe we do that. So let's put that block back in, that block back in, that back in, where it's supposed to be. Let's try something different with those arms. Zero at the top there. That's really close to that leg. Like that. Ugh, that's far too close to that leg. Ooh. You know what I might just do? I might just extend the whole front section of the thing out another block. See you later. Make another copy of you. For a second, and I'm also going to have to put another block on the floor. Because there's a bit of an issue with pasting subgrid things into the floor. Let's get rid of both of them. See you later. Let's get rid of that. That. See you later. I want it from there, I think, so let's chop. Chop that off, thank you. Yep, stop rolling. Stop rolling. No, grab you from the right place. There we go. Do 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 do. Now we will be able to post it in if those bloody legs weren't in the way. Something subgrid getting in my way. Yeah, there we go. Right, so I could, in theory, do it like that. A bit better. If the whole front of the mech was a block further forwards. So yeah, what was it I wanted to do? I wanted to try and get it in that gap, wasn't it? That, and then that, and then oh yeah, colour. Ah, there we go. Where's that rota gone? There it is. So, yeah, perhaps do that. Either side there. Then in that gap, we can just have that. That should be okay. Don't screw up too much, hopefully. Yeah, we can just redo that whole arm. But with it mounted sideways, please let me paste that on. Don't make me rebuild the whole arm from scratch. Yes, thank you. So that could go there instead. And then it is up a bit higher. It is not dragging along the floor. And it is clear of that leg moving about. So I may have to push that out to its max so the back end of it doesn't screw up there, but get out of the way with that. Yeah, cool, awesome, right, that works. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Stick that on there, grab that. Hopefully they'll let me paste that onto here with no fuss, thank you. Yeah, cool. Oh, wrong way. There's no access through there, it's through here. Yeah, cool, then I could build a little subgrid seat. Get it nice and close here. It won't be mounted directly underneath, but it will be at the side, so you should be able to see what you're doing with that arm reasonably well. If not, it's still going to have a camera and stuff on it for that kind of thing. Oh yeah, I forgot my middle mouse button dying, that's why it's not working properly. Right, just want to paint a few bits. So I like to sort of categorise the different blocks and sort of use that as a rough sort of guide to inform how I paint things a little bit. So all the mechanical stuff is going to get this slightly rusty colour. Yeah, there we go, that'll do. Oh, do the hinges. This side. Oh, looks like I missed a block on that leg. Oh, I certainly did. Means I might have missed blocks on other legs. We got there. Yes, we missed all of them on that side apparently. 1, 2, 3, 4, we got all them. Yeah, we've missed them on that side. Okie dokie. Yeah. Those are the rotors I didn't paint. Oop, painted the wrong thing. Right, that looks like everything for the moment. Okay. What else do we do to armour that up? Let's just pop some plates on it like that now. We do that and a half. Oh yeah, needs that one, doesn't it? Oh yeah, we did it like that so we could keep some of the pipe work on the pistons exposed. So we'll do that one. A little cube. We'll do the same thing on there. There's that little square. There we go. Half square there. Where's the full one? There it is. Lovely. That can go there. We'll stick a couple of the 2x1s on the side. That's the right side. There it is. Little cube. Cool. Okay, that's that bit covered up. I would like a little bit of protection around that shoulder, so yeah, might be something like that maybe. Ooh, hang on, what about those blocks? I'll find the right angle eventually, that's the one. Yeah, in fact, I might do that. Take that out. Swap that for that. And the same on there. I'll find the right way eventually. Come on. There we go. Yeah. Maybe do. Similar thing here. What could we do here? Yeah, that's about it really, isn't it? Unless... what options have we got? Yeah, not like that. Well, that's not quite as good. You know what, I do like that actual angle like that. I think we'll just do that. Let's put a bit of mirror on that. That's all exposed pipework and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do, I reckon. Because yeah, I want that hinge to be able to extend out, so I can't really put much more on that. I could actually. Where is... I've gone past it. Could have that on the side of that hinge there, just to give it a little bit more cover at the sides. Yeah, that's not too bad. Get rid of that junk, and that junk, and that junk, because it all starts to build up after a while. That could go. Might keep those arms knocking about for a bit. Really having loads of problems. Yeah, you can see that. It's not sitting in the voxels mostly. Whereas that's perfectly fine for whatever reason. Probably batteries on the back of that for a minute. Alright, so your suspension is not doing too bad. That is... that's quite high off the floor, that's annoying. I'll just have to bring that down to a lower angle. Yeah, I'll just have to just do that and have it come down a little bit further. That's fine, I can still get into there, that's cool. They're not dragging along the floor or anywhere near it, that's good. They've got plenty of clearance, cool. That is looking alright so far. Right, so that's some of the fundamental bits of it. It's got its legs. It's got a lift so you can access it from the ground. It's got some drills, and it's got a refinery and some cargo storage. So we need to work out control for the arms, but more importantly, we need to work out control for the mech itself. Now, I've run out of power. Let's just pop a control suit on there for a minute. Oh yeah, it's super loud because of that stupid audio bug. Oh yeah, the rotor displacement's knackered. That's another bug that I'm hoping Keen fix soon. I have to drop another bug report on it if it's not fixed soon. Right, there we go. Right, I can recharge in peace without getting deafened. What's that, Stephen? You should do a pay-to-build along boot camp. Probably. The thing is, it's such a fiddly thing building mechs, like, so much of it is dependent on how you've actually put the thing together to get it to work properly. It'd be quite a challenge to do a live boot camp build along thing. Maybe it was something a little bit more simple than this great big behemoth of a mech. Right, so I need a control station for this thing. I'm kind of looking at shipping tanker designs for the overall style of it. So I'm thinking, because we've got this gap here, and we've got these ladder sections on the refinery, I might try and use them to build. Let's take the remote off. To build a way up to the roof, or build a way up to here, and have like a control tower thing, kind of similar to them, but here. What's that? Careful, it's starting to look more and more like the Lagan ship. I don't know what that is, so they can't sting me for copying it. I'm trying to make this as much of a original design as possible, so yeah. Hoping it doesn't end up. Look, it's got legs on it, so it can't be too directly inspired by other things. It'll be fine. I think it's just direct copies of existing IPs they don't want to see. Probably copyright related things, I'd imagine. That's going to be in the wrong place, so maybe if we... where is it? Maybe go that way instead. Do it there. Go up there. Go across there. Across there. We just end up in the same predicament on the other side. No, it's not too bad. Pum 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 pum. Oh yeah, because I wanted to have access to the modules, didn't I? So I could do that. I could do that. And then we would be able to get to those top ones that way. Something kind of like that. Or maybe that end one. Have that boxed off with that, maybe. Yeah, they'll be accessible through there in case of any damages or wanted to swap them for different modules. That could bring us up there. Now, what do I do about this bit? What's that, Outcast? You posted an image in my Discord, did you? So I could see what I'm inadvertently copying by mistake. Oh! Yeah, I think I'll be fine with that. Mine's got way more legs than that, and hasn't got quite the same phallic thing going on, so I think I'll be alright. Nice. Right, and that's actually bringing us back into the middle, kind of. That brings us up to there. Then, from there, what do we do? What do we want to do? Because I want to try and keep it pressurized, if possible. Oh, that actually lines up nicely with there. Seeing as that's the top of the deck, that's quite convenient. You know what? For a big, dirty refinery oil tanker type thing, let's have a big industrial round corridor. Yeah, let's also replace that instead. Nope, not that way round. That way round. Bum, 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 bum. I want to try and cover the top of that. At least a little bit. What can I do about that? Yeah, because that'll be our way in, and then you can pop down here for access to the lower decks. And you'll be able to pop up here. Let's just put some blocks in place for a second. Oh, damn, I closed that picture of the oil tank that I had on. To open that again. Oil tanker picture. Oh, there we go. It's fine. Yeah, type in the word oil tanker. Half the pictures you find that oil tanker's on fire. Lovely. Not as inspiring as I'd like it to be. What's that? Outcast. Mine's a bit more hermit crab. Yeah, crab, spider, multi-pad. Always ends up being the way usually. When it comes to mechs, I usually end up liking to build multi-pads. Got a bit of a fascination with spiders and things. You know what, let's have some food, even though I've got... even though I've got creative tools on. Right, so... theoretically, the ship is going to need at least one pilot and at least one other person drilling and stuff, although we're going to have two, so I might make it a 4-berth crew somewhere. And we've also got 4 seats on the elevator, so I'm going to try and squeeze 4 beds and some kind of habitat into here somewhere, somehow. Not sure exactly how I'm going to do that though. What could we do about that? We have made it very tight for ourselves. Oh, actually, you know what we could do? There's not enough slots in the toolbar anymore. We could potentially squeeze some beds into the outer wall of the tower. And that gives us a little bit of texture on the outside. And bum, 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 bum. And then I want to go up another floor. So, that's an issue. Because I could use the skinny ladders, but they are an absolute pain in the arse to get up and down sometimes. You know what? I think I might do it. I might switch to them. So that you can... oh yeah. So should, yeah, in theory be able to put that upside down under there. And I can technically get a double railing in there. Skinny ladders only work if you're perfectly level. Yeah, I know, that's the problem. They're a pain in the arse. They look cool and they're very compact, but they can be problematic. But other than making this thing wider, which I don't really want to do, I want to keep this thing the way it is. So, it's actually, it's either going to be skinny ladder, or we could do, you know, we'll keep the ladders to that side. Maybe we could do that and just have... Ooh, hang on, let's swap you out for one with the double railing. Maybe do that instead. So all the beds are accessible easily. And then we've got, oh, you know what, that can actually come out. That can just get swapped for regular one. You know what, swap it for that, seeing as we don't have a handrail on the other side. Yeah, so that could theoretically be like that. There isn't really any good way of boxing that off and making that airtight that I can think of off the top of my head. As long as the main interior is all pressurized, I'll be happy. Right, so we could do something like that. Bump, 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 bump. Oh, put the mirror mode back on. Take that out either side. We could. We do that. We could. But should I put a survival kit on each mech, or should I just put a refill station? I might put a survival kit on each one, so there's a respawn point for each mech. I think I might use the funky new one. Yeah, because they can all have a survival kit and then some basic kind of production stuff from that. I don't need one on either side. Got to have mirror mode on. Take it off. Delete that. Oh, I know what I'll put on that side. I will put an air vent in that side. So that it's getting pressurized somehow, eventually. Yeah, we can do that. Bum ba bum, and then go back to that box. Because I want to go up another level. Where are you? There you are. Put you there. Put you there. And then this, and the block. And that could potentially be control tower area, in theory. We will do something like that, I think. Just have a bunch of half blocks there. That'll need to come out. That will need another corner block. We can call that a ladder. Where's it gone? And that there. Let's take you out. What can we do with you to make you not look crap? Something like that. That can be the way down there, that can be the way up there. Yeah, that's not going to get in the way of my engineer's face too much. That's fine. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And then this could be control tower level, although it is a bit high, but it's what it is. Yeah, do that. Right, so I need to get around that tedious audio glitch, audio bug. Oh, top of these stairs. Could I? Where are my doors? I'll try and separate things out a little bit. What is a lab door like at the top of a flight of stairs? That's not too bad, actually. That could potentially be a way of pressurizing the space a little bit, maybe. Then again, I want to open this up a bit, so I'm gonna have a little bit of an overhang in a few places. So let's put that across there, that across there, that across there. And then, yeah, I'll keep it simple for now. Something like that. My toolbar did it. Moving on. There they are. Could you just drop into place? Thank you. So I'm thinking maybe some of these viewing ports out of the front of the ship. Or the front of the Mech. Ship, Mech, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I'll put a button panel in the middle. And some regular ones either side. Vessel, yeah, I suppose so. Vessel's an appropriate word. One of them either side there. What else could we do? I might put in some control seats for at the sides for people who want to deafen themselves, or if keen, feel like fixing that bloody annoying bug for me. Yeah, we do something like that, but then I'm gonna need a subgrid control seat so I don't go deaf using the thing myself. Bum ba bum ba bum. I know exactly what seat I'm going to use. Just trying to decide where to put it. So, what space have we got? 1, 2. That is 3 blocks. Let's put a control seat right there. think I'm going to have it sitting there. I'm going to be hanging about here. I'd like to be able to see up a little bit more, so maybe attach a few more windows before we do anything else. What other bridge windows have we got? We've got that, but it doesn't... I need to put a connection point of something in there. Oh, I know what to use. That used for now. Where are you? The good old trusty neon tube corner. Lovely little thing. Can use it to connect so much stuff. And if you grind it back, it's really, really discreet. Yeah, so we do something like that, so I can see slightly better, and also see any incoming nastiness that's up there. That would also possibly be a good position to mount a rotor. Get rid of you. Did I make that I made that an advanced rotor, didn't I? Don't need an advanced rotor. Small head. That could do something like that. And we could kind of copy that on the back end. And just bring that down to something later on. That way the shape is kind of symmetrical. Yeah, cool. So, let's attach a subgrid control seat. I wish we had the same detail on the small grid rounded edges. We've only got the one of them in small grid, and we've got 3 of them with 3 different cool designs in large grid. As always, small grid gets the short end of the stick. Bit annoying. Upside down. Oh yeah, that's got a square back to it, hasn't it? So what we'll do is... yeah, what we'll do is we'll just do that for now. Block in there. Stick that side. Stick that side. Where's my seat gone? There it is. Oh, not the motorbike seat. As fun as that would be. Actually get that a block lower, I think. Yeah, let's get that a block lower. If we can, actually. Where's that round block gone? There it is. That's my point. Right, I did that, and then did that. What about that? How will that look? Let's do it on the screen. There we go, that's a reasonable height. Oh, of course that whole window is now blocked off by that screen. Maybe the one without the screen then, so we can actually see up into the sky. There we go. Don't like that. Where have my round blocks gone again? There they are. What have I got? What have I got? What have I got? That. Ooh, you know what? Let's do that. Actually, thinking about it, I need to put thrusters on there if I'm going to be able to control anything. So, I'll do it with ion thrusters because they have the least actual force output, particularly in atmosphere and gravity. Yeah, so that can go there. That can be forward control, reverse control, override, and then we need a left and right because we're going to need a way to turn the thing because we're sitting or mounted on a subgrid. So we'll do something like that. That can be the control thrusters. And we'll try and greeble that up a little bit so it doesn't look quite as weird and awkward. Oh yeah. Mechanical and functional things. So not everything ends up being grey. Yeah, cool, there we go. Forcibly inject a little bit of colour into it as we go. Oh yeah, decorative blocks. They get to be that colour, so I think that colour will do. No, not that one. Those, that colour. That could be that, that could be that, and they can just be that colour to match. Oh yeah. I'll have something like that for the moment. So yeah, we do get a bit of thruster noise sitting on there because we've got the thrusters attached to us, but it is nowhere near as bad. In fact, I don't need to build a seat. Going right there, you can tell that difference instantly. That is the sound of 8 ships at once, basically, versus just the regular sound. Right, okay, so that'll be... Oh, for God's sake, I do that every time. They can go. Proper blocks, there we go. Oh, I've done that there as well. No, that's going to change though, actually, so that doesn't really matter as much. Right, so that could be control seats. Expand that roof out a bit. Have that go across like that. We'll have at least another one of those windows either side. So we can see a decent bit out in front. What time are we on? 7:30. That's not too bad. So yeah, tonight's plan is I'm just going to keep streaming this until I get bored and tired and want to go to bed. So it's only 7:30 where I am now, so I'll be streaming this for at least another 2 hours, 3 hours maybe. Might go all the way to midnight depending on how I feel. Right, okay. Let's get a bit more of the shape of this tower in place. Do that for now. Yeah, I'll just do that for now. We don't need a massive amount of space up here. We just need enough to pressurize it. Pressurize it. That's going to be a pain in the arse. Because there's no good piece for that corner. Damn. I'll have to put something in there, won't I? Yeah, because I do that and that, I'm going to have a glaring hole in the roof on each corner. Oh, hey Deathlock, you like the background music? The track currently playing is off the Space Engineers 2 soundtrack. The music competition they did a while back. I basically took that and a bunch of the other songs that I like from the Space Engineers 1 and 2 competition collections and just threw them in as background music for my streams because they're copyright-free music. They ain't going to get me in trouble, and I actually really like some of those tracks. That metal track by Another Laughing Man, that's in that mix as well. That was an absolute banger, that one. Clearly very modern day Babylon inspired, if anyone's familiar with that metal band. Yeah, I just threw a bunch of tracks in there. There's some of the Space Engineers music in there, or the competition music. There's some random copyright-free techno tracks that I like, and there's even one or two little bits of music that I've made tucked away in there as well. Yeah, it's just so there was something a little bit different from just the regular old cycle of Space Engineers background music. I like having something with a bit of a pulse in the background. It soothes my ADHD. Right, so what do I want to do about these bloody annoying holes in the corner? You know what, I might actually take them out. Move those control seats over to the middle. If I can find the damn things again. There we go. Dreads dubstep. No, I never really made any dubstep. I was always more into drum and bass and Dutch hardcore and far more horrible kinds of music. Lots of breakcore. I used to write and produce and play a lot of breakcore when I was a teenager. Might take that one out. Put that there. Have a where are you? Put that one there instead. Just have that as a wall blocked off there. Yeah, and then what could we do about that? We've got a variety of corridors and things. They're all box shaped, aren't they? Corridors are the bits of the half pieces. Yeah, I might do. For now, at least, some of them in the corners to box that in and pressurise it a little bit. Ooh, actually, we do have these new blocks that I really want. I want more of these. I want a corner section of these for this middle bit. I really want a corner section. Please, Keen, if you're out there listening, more of these angled interior walls, please. They're really cool. I really like them. Yeah, because I'd really like something that could go into a corner there, like that. Block-wise, the only thing that really fits in any kind of nice-ish aesthetic way is that corner base. Everything else looks a bit janky and weird, because that doesn't join up properly, and that sticks out way too much at the bottom. So you usually end up using that instead. Which I might just slap there for now anyway. I might put that one in the middle there. It's got a bit of a frame on it. Right, so now, is there a nice way? Oh, there isn't really. All a bit meh. They're not too bad. They've all got walls on them. Where's that corner piece? That's not too bad, actually. Yeah, let's get rid of that so I can see what I'm doing. So I want to try and pressurise that bit down there. I need to cover this somehow. Nope. Oh. Oh. Damn, the stupid lip on that is making it difficult to get over the crest of those stairs. That's annoying. Meh. Lame. Or we could perhaps use that there. What can I put there? There, nothing that hasn't got an awkward beam right in the way. Annoying. Yeah, so I've got to change something. Damn. That sucks. Next other option is that then. Cover that up with something, but then we've got this annoying bar right in the way. We might have to live with that. It's either that or not being able to get through there properly. Oh, no, that looks crap. Yeah, that was crap. Yeah, all of those require redoing stuff at the back there. Might have to do that instead. I mean, it's not like I'm going to have access around there anyway. Dum 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 dum. Decisions, decisions, decisions. I might just do that. Swap that block for something else. Maybe stick some pipes in there. And then covered that with something. Ooh, maybe. Where are they? Maybe some windows like that. A bit of light comes through. Speaking of, we're gonna have to build some lights eventually. Ah, there you go, access panel. Ooh, hang on. What's going down here? Where are we? We are over here. Oh, yeah, need to bring all of that up first. Hold that up. Reverse that. Reverse that. Reverse that. Oh crap, that's going to be in the way of the door, isn't it? Yeah, it's in the way of the door. Oh, hang on. What am I doing? Oh, close. It's not going to be like that anyway. Because once it's up here, that's going to open up and extend out, so that'll be fine. Doors. Close all of them. Surely that leak is. No. Oh, hang on. Where are we? There we are. Let's put evidence on there for a minute. There we go. Right, now I've actually got an oxygen flow. That is going straight out the gap up there, because that is not a sealed gap, apparently. Right. Okay. So that just needs something covering it. We'll do something better later on. That is now technically a pressurized space, so that's pretty good. Open that up. It is still pressurized, apparently. Cool. We can have another air vent in here somewhere. I'll figure that out eventually. Right, the next thing this is actually going to need is a control system. Oh, what's that, Stephen? Your son has just tried to explain to me how new blocks made this possible without scripts. Yes, your son is correct. The blocks in question, in particular, are this lovely thing, the event controller. It is my absolute favourite block in the entire game. It is basically an if statement in a box. You can do so much with it if you think about it in different ways. Event controllers are awesome. Also, relays are awesome as well, because they're basically a timer with a radio connection, so you can trigger things remotely. And you can get relays to send signals back and forth to each other, which is also quite cool. Quite handy for automating things from a distance. Right, so now that we've got that, we need a control computer somewhere. I don't want to mount it too close to those thrusters, even though they are ions. So maybe I put another rotor. Try and figure out which ways. Yeah, that's the right way around. Pop another rotor in there. Add a small head. Load that up. Yeah, we can then just cover that up with something to make it pressurized again, and then we can possibly turn that into an antenna radar tower type thing like the other two. So let's get them. Do a little bit easier if I put mirror mode on, but no point now. Not pressurized still, fantastic. Alright, cool, so I can start building walk controls off of that. So, walk control system. Timer in the middle. We're going to do the same old thing. You know what? We're coming up on 4 hours, so I'm going to have another quick little bio break. And grab another fresh cup of tea. And then I will start getting some walk controls built on that guy. So I will leave you all with another lovely little view of these mechs while I quickly go and boil the kettle again. But yeah, same as before, I'll only be gone a few minutes, don't go anywhere. I'll be back very, very soon. Right, I am back again. Cool. Right, where were we? Right, we were going to build a walk control system, what we're going to do next. Right. So, first things first, what do we need first? We have got our walk cycle timer. We are then gonna need a bunch of event controllers. I like to do 4. I probably don't need 4. It's probably a little bit overkill, but makes it easier to do what I'm about to do next. So controller, it's spell walk cycle 01. Copy. That can be number 2. That can be number 3, and that can be number 4. So anyone that has watched my streams before probably has a good idea of what I'm doing right now. I'm just setting up the basics for a vanilla walk control system. So what else do we need? We need a walk forward and a walk reverse. You know what, let's put mirror mode on here, to make life easier. Forward, left and right, reverse, left and right. Bum, 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 bum. Realistically, I only actually need one return controller. So I'll do that like that, that like that. So that can be controller walk forward ball. Right one, right thing. That can be walk reverse. Oop, there we go. That can be forward, right hand side. That can be reverse, right hand side. Rev R01. That can be our return controller for setting our legs back to the correct position. That can be the one for the right hand side. What else do I need in there? I also need a... what? That. I'm going to set up brake control. Pull it brake on off. We will also have a cruise control on off. Then we will have even more of them. We'll have a forward walk control. Oh, you know what? I know what else I need to do. They get programmed somewhere else later on. What I actually need is turn controls. Because we've got a seat mounted on a subgrid. I knew there was something I wasn't thinking of. I'll turn left and right. That will end up being walk control forward, so I can actually move the whole thing. And that on the back can be reverse controls. Then we will also need a pair of timers. Start. Walk reset, and then the last little thing we need to help the whole thing tick over. We need a little rotor right in the middle. Walk, cycle, rotor. Right, you get to have a little bit of torque. Yeah, do. Okay, right, that should be all. Oh, actually, I'm not missing. Oh, no, I'm not missing them. I've got them up here. I need to name them and sort them out. Right, that one. Yeah, it's that one. Control thruster override. So you don't react to inertial damping. Oh, not might do actually. Might swap. There goes thruster gone. Right. Well, take the whole thing off. I'm going to attach that from there instead. That's what I'm going to do. Paste it in place. Oh, I think I might put that a block further back actually. Yeah, no. What have I? You know what, I don't care. It's fine. The way it is. If it needs to move, I can move it later. Might actually sneak a event controller in there. Something I'm going to do with that later. Have that there instead. Oh, hello. Doors will be that colour. Oh no, the seat's mounted bang in the middle, that is fine, that's in the right place. Yeah, that's fine. Right, so, override thruster. Control thruster forward. Control thruster reverse. Control thruster right. Control thruster left. Wrong thing. Well. Override. And because for some reason things get a little bit weird when they've got the same override forces pushing against each other on opposite sides, you will offset them all by a tiny little bit each. Because ions do so little in any kind of atmosphere or gravity, we'll barely even notice that. So now, where are we? Here. I should now be able to use these thrusters to control stuff. Cool. Oop, button. Let's go into spectator mode. Let's see what we're playing with. Let's put it that way round so I can see all the legs properly. Cool, right. I should have... They're all hidden. They are all hidden because I've copied all the details. Another grid. There we go. Oop, one button. Right. Cool. I'm gonna need a new tag for this, so I'm thinking MREF for now. Keep it nice and simple. Mobile refinery. Just need something to identify it and make it easy to separate out all the different parts when grids get connected up. I also need to make a whole bunch of groups for stuff too. So let's start with the groups for legs. So everything is basically going to move in two big bunches, and they're all going to be opposite to each other. So it'll be yeah, so it'll be front left. Yeah, front left, mid rear left. They're gonna move in unison. Let's set them both to six up again. There we go. Yeah, so that'll be one group. Let's go and have a nosy at this bad boy over here and see how I set up over here. I'll make life a little bit simpler. Leg rotor groups. Right, yeah, I thought so. So I've got two for each set of bits. Make all that visible. M farm. Simple. Leg rotors, keep it even simpler. So, group 1, yeah, front left, mid left. Group 2, mid front right, rear right. Yeah. Cool. In fact, I could have done that by radio rather than going there in person, but whatever. I'm going to put some windows in there eventually, I think, as well, to get a bit of light in here. It's very dark. Cool. So, leg rotors. Let's deal with these first. So, leg rotor groups. We need to make some of these to make the programming easier. So, front left and mid rear left. Maybe number 1. Mid front right and rear right. Maybe number 2. Now I've called it left 02. It will make sense later on. Front right and mid rear right. Yes, front right and mid rear right. Get to be R01, and then mid front left and rear left get to be R02. Yeah, cool. Let's just bomb an antenna on there for a minute. So I can get into the other ones. Cool. I really thought that Mark 1, actually Mark 2. What's the name of the wrong thing? Oh, that's mobile base, that's mobile farm, that's why. Anyway. Leg hinge farm. So 2 groups for the hinges. Front left, mid rear left. Yeah, cool. Okay. Leg hinges. Front left. Mid front right. Rear right. Mid rear left. Leg hinges. L01. And that, and that, and that, and that. The R01. Cool, so we should now have a group that does that. Group that does that. Let's set that to 6. Yeah, and it'll be all sorts of nonsense like that. Right, so that's the basics. Let's ref that. Prefix all of them. Something bloody important I've just forgotten. I need a little pair of lights to control my walk cycle. And that's another one that doesn't work properly with mirror mode. Ref. Walk light L01. Let's turn that light radius all the way down. Copy all of them. Paste that onto there. R01. Really. Walk stuff then. So I need a whole bunch of groups. Because it makes it much easier doing programming with groups. Because if you need to change something, you can just edit the group and the blocks will get changed automatically in most cases. Right, so I'll have a couple of them. And then we can go to our walk cycle timer. Now we can put those lights into there and just have them flicking on and off. That's going to be real simple. And then we can make a group for the walk cycle timer. Then go to our walk cycle controllers. Each of those is going to be set to rotor angle change. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, greater than. And we'll have them offset by 40 by 90 degrees each. So we'll have them again offset by 10 degrees because the bend controllers get weird at single-digit numbers for some reason. So 10, 100, 190, and 280. Then each of them will look at the walk cycle rotor. Walk cycle rotor, and then each of them will trigger that timer. Groovy, and that is the foundation of our walk cycle controls. We will come back to that a little bit more in a bit. Next thing on the list, I need to set up the actual walk controls. So forwards, left and right. Both going to be blocks switched on and off. Left one's going to be controlled by the left light, the right one is going to be controlled by the right hand light. Yeah, cool. So, quick check on the other one. Walk forward. What are we doing? 12 RPM worked nicely with that, did it? Why are they on why are some of them on different velocities on that side? What have I done with that one? Oh, hang on, I think I was looking at the wrong mech. Probably explain it. Greenhouse walk. Walk forward. Okay. Oh, I'm looking at the hunter, that's why. Cool. And farm. There we go. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Ah, there we go. That makes more sense. Yeah, that makes far more sense. Right. Minus and positive. Positive and minus. Minus and positive. Cool. Right, so minus 7, positive 7. Groovy. That makes sense. Right, walk forward. Leg, L01. Set velocity minus 7. Set velocity positive 7. L02. Set positive. It's the opposite side, so it's the opposite way around. And I believe that was minus 7, and that was positive 7. So pop the lights onto the toolbar. There we go. Those legs now all move together and lift up together. Wonderful. And farm orc return. Nope, not TRN, RTN. Orc return. Angle minus less than minus 40. What are you dropping at? 7. Cool. Orc return, left hand side. Angle minus 40, less than. Leg hinge, front left, mid front right, mid rear left, I think. Yeah, that one, and that one, pretty sure. Front left, mid rear left, mid front right, yeah, that's the right. That's the right ones for that one. Leg, hinge, 0, 1, set velocity to 7. So now, when we take that step forward, it should drop into place. Probably actually needs to be a little bit quicker than that. Oh yeah, I've designed the legs slightly differently, so it'll take a little bit. It'll be a slightly different timing. Just make it drop faster, I think. RTN. So if we get that to drop at 8 RPM instead. What if we get it to lift 8 RPM to? Minus 8 and 8. That's a bit better. We do want a little bit of a delay in there to let the grid kind of settle a bit as it takes each step, otherwise it can go a little bit weird. Yeah, cool. Okay, that's that side. Do the other side now. So walk forward. What was that? That was 7, minus 7 on that side. So leg R0. You R0. R01. You will be 7. Minus 7. Minus 7. 7. You will be minus 8. Positive 8. And then your return will be identical to the side. So right angle less than minus 40. Front right. Mid front left. Mid rear right. Rear left. It should be those ones, I think. Add that to there. Leg. Hinge. R0. Set velocity to 8. Right, cool. So we've now got 2 sets of legs, controlled by lights turning on and off. I turn them off in unison, or I turn them off opposite to each other, we get a nice little walk cycle. I grab that walk cycle timer and just trigger that. It does it all for me in a single action. Turn you off. Set you to 10 RPM for now. Need to make a group for you anyway, so I'll do that while we're here. Turn that on and off. So if I turn that on, that where are we? That triggers the rotor, which in turn is triggering these 4 event controllers in the middle, which is spinning the rotor spins. It triggers those. That then triggers the timer the rotor's sitting on. And then that flicks the lights on and off, which activates warp controllers and make that do stuff. We now have a walk cycle. And then we can fine tune the speed of that walk cycle by adjusting this rotor. 20 for now. Yeah, it looks a bit fast. Mechanical Symphony. Oh, thank you very much. Right, 15. A bit of a delay in that. Yeah, probably somewhere between 15 and 16 is going to be best for my setting. In fact, actually, let's just have a quick look at what the mobile farm was doing. What was yours set to? Yours is set to 20, but I think your legs are actually slightly shorter, or... Oh no, it should be the same configuration. Yeah, well, we'll leave it at that for now. We need to make it faster later, we can do. I like to start them off a little bit slow and a little bit underpowered to begin with. We can make them a bit stronger later on. It saves the hassle of accidentally clanging something by mistake. Right, so that can now turn on and off. Oh, hey Archiville, over on Twitch, how are you doing, man? Glad to see you. Fine. Yeah. Is that any better? I think I'm microphone cable. Does that sound better? Let us know in the chat. Ah, sounds like something scratching my mic. Everyone's saying the mic sounds funny. Does it sound any better now? That's good? Yeah, I think I just knocked the microphone cable. If it gets knocked out slightly, the signal starts to go weird. Yeah, cheers for letting us know. Right, so that will be that group. That'll be... Ooh, save that name. Leg, reset, R01. Cool, then that should be the groups I need for that. Leg, reset. Oh, damn. That needs to be rotor. That needs to get deleted. Leg, reset. So, left hand side, set velocity, -7. Right hand side, set velocity, +7. Hinges don't need a reset group. I can just do them the way they are. That will be 8, and that will be 8. So if I then... I need some big groups for them anyway. Walk. Start. Walk reset. Trigger. Number 6 should set everything up. Reset it. Number 5, yeah, so. Yeah, that sets everything up. That resets everything. Let's set that up. Turn that on. That does its thing. If I hit number 6, it turns everything off. And the rotor can't do anything even if it turns back on again, because the other stuff is switched off. Right, cool. We can put that into the warp control timer now. So I need a group for the warp forward controls. I don't need a group for return controls, they can stay. I need a group for the reverse controller, even though I've not set it up yet. Right, so warp forward. Thruster powered. Greater than 5%, whatever, doesn't really matter as long as it's more than 0. Forward control thruster. Right. Walk, reverse control. That's the first thing we are going to turn off, so it doesn't interfere with our forward controls, which we will then turn on and off. And then after that, we will have the do walk start and reset timers. So we'll have walk start when we start walking, walk reset when we stop. Rotor can go on and off. And and we'll have some colour changes in the walk lights as well. We will set it to not that colour. Oh, hang on. I'm going to edit that one. Set colour green. When it's walking forward, set colour cyan when it stops. The same with that one. For that lovely joke. Line of sort of green. And that should, in theory, be everything I need to control the walk system with my keyboard. There we go. So I release and press the W key. I'm now controlling that with the thruster. Yeah, I can see the legs from in here. But yeah, triggers. Sets up the whole system. Cool, and that is a basic forward walk control system. We will quickly set up the reverse controls, because it's basically exactly the same. Walk reverse. It's going to be block switched on and off. It's going to be like forward controls. But actually, let's have the forward controls visible so I can copy stuff. Light. Up, right, left. Yeah. What right? Oh, put the wrong one, the wrong one. Cool, that's the right. What right, left. Reverse, reverse. Right, cool. The right way around now. So, forwards was -7. So, when we're going to reverse, we'll do it the other way around. Leg L0. Wrong thing again. Leg L0. So 7 -7 -7 and 7. That should, in theory, be the same way around, I think. That is 8 and 8, or -8 and 8. Leg R0. Wrong thing. Set velocity -7. Set it to 7. 2 can be 7 and -7. That can be -8, and that can be 8. Oh yeah, I need to make group for the reverse controls. And a group for that forward controller. Right, and then reverse controls, same thing. Thrust powered, greater than 5, whatever. You set it too low, the idle ticking of the thruster itself can set it off, so 5's usually a good one. Reverse thruster, you can go there. Walk forward. Off, on. Walk reverse. On, off. Walk. Start. Walk. Reset. Walk rotor on and off. And then walk lights. Set colour. We'll have orange for backwards. And cyan for neutral. So, in theory, I can now walk in reverse. Cool, so that is reverse controls, that resets. And then that is forward controls. There we go, all the legs are lifting in the appropriate directions. Read. Ooh, keep going down there. Where am I? Up there. Yeah, so we now have green for when the lights are on, when the legs are moving forwards, neutral for cyan for neutral, and then orange for walking in reverse. Right, that is the basic walk controls set up. Let's delete. Ooh, I need to get out of that cockpit actually. Let's bin you off. You are of no further use. Tidy that block up. Tidy that block up. Right. Bum ba bum ba bum bum ba bum. I'd like to walk test this before I end the stream, whenever that may be. What are we on? Yeah, it's only 10 to 9. Still plenty of time left. Bum, bum, bum. I'll figure out a decent way of covering that something later. Right, so we need some kind of gyro control in order to move this thing around and stop it from wobbling around too much. So, where could I... Oh, definitely not back there. It's gonna have to be up here somewhere. Realistically, that's the only place I could actually put one. So I'm gonna need a rotor. Now, that's gonna be hanging way too low by sure. Gyroscope on there. Getting in the way of that a little bit. Kinda don't want that. I'll just sink the rotor into the floor and then cover it up a little bit more at the top. Maybe. What would that be like? Where are we? Yeah, there's still plenty of room to the end. Yeah, maybe have that in there. At full extension. Have a gyro on there. How many? Oh, that turn. That's got a different gyro setup because that doesn't have brakes on the wheels. Ooh. Well, that one didn't actually need turning control. I just built it that way for the hell of it, didn't I? Oh yeah, that's got that counter sunk into there. Yeah. Right, so I put 2 on there for turning control. Yeah. Well, actually, yeah. Ooh, that is direct from there. Or I could just do 2 there, but I would like to keep the turning control center mass if possible. Which means, yeah, I kind of do need to build it there. I might just put a corridor section over the front of that and have it like a little awning for the front of the door. Yeah, so we will put another one there. Extend that out. Add a gyro on there. Yeah, cool. Right, so ref turn rotor C01, it's in the center. That will have a share inertia tensor on. That will have, call it 50 million for now. That will have a free range of movement. That's all good. And I'll actually do the gyro in a second. That could be C02. That can be ref 01 turn gyro C01. Override controls can go on. Copy and paste and do the same on there. Plug that gap up again. We're going to need to cover them. Yeah, that should help people stable. Did I put any other gyros on this build? What is that? AI, oh yeah, AI gyros. I will need to put some gyros on the main grid for the AI to control, but that is all I need to put on there. Yeah, cool. That'll be fine. Do need to set up the turn controls. I always forget which way the rotors need to spin. So, I might keep those arms handy. Some of the other builds, maybe. Okay, that's... oh, the sun is going down, that's why it's getting harder to see. Let's sort that out. There we go. See it again. Lovely. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna get coffee in case we spec something up. Go. Oh, yeah, right. Before I go mad chopping it down, we do need to think about power source. Power source, power source, power source. It is going to need some batteries, at least. Potentially a whole bunch of solar panels. So I want to get some batteries in here. What did I do with either of these builds about batteries? Where are we? There we are. Oh, they're all stuffed up the back in weird places. Also, it's much wider. Battery, battery, battery. Skip the battery. That would be a good place. I could put them at the back, possibly. No, there's a railing in my way. I couldn't walk forward. We could potentially put some in here. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to slap a pair of them in the middle of there for now, just so it's got a power source. I'll worry about exactly where it's going later on. Do some walk testing first. Let's... Oh, actually, let's get rid of that. What corridor fronts have we got? A round one with a light on it might be quite cool to have. You know what, might just do something with that for now. That looks pretty cool. Pretty industrial looking. Although I might actually flip that door around the other way. Where have the doors gone? Have the door on that side, so there's a little bit more room in there. Block in there now, that's fine. Also, that'll give us a little bit more breathing room in here. Won't be quite so claustrophobic coming up the stairs. Yeah, it's not too bad. Cool, right, I'm gonna chop the thing down now. I need to set up those turning controls, so let's get rid of all this gubbins. Let's get rid of that. Gubbins, get rid of that grid entirely. There we go. He's supporting his own weight. Ooh, while we're at it, what's his centre of mass like? Not bad actually. It's still pretty. It's actually pretty central. Looks like it's ever so slightly to one side, probably because of that reactor, but not by much at all. And it's still pretty bang in the middle. Alright, that's not too bad actually. Cool. Yeah, centre of mass is quite important when building mechs in this game. Not so much with multi-pads, but definitely with the bipads. Right, so what's clanging there? Do. Hold that strength a little bit. Oh, I also need to set up some controls for the feet, don't I? I also need to bring that friction down a little bit. What's doing the clang? What's this front leg? Ooh. Yeah, something's knocking there. I guess any of this touching. Interesting. That's definitely a grid knocking against another grid somewhere. Nothing seems to be contacting. Ooh, got some lights on. Oh, help. Yeah, it's definitely coming from that right-hand side. What is scrubbing? Is something scrubbing here, perhaps? Are some of these block models deceptively? What is that knocking? Interesting. Strange. Maybe it's just random phantom forces and clang. Let's give it a cut and paste, see if that addresses any of the issues. Not getting nearly as much banging sounds now. Although we're not making much progress. We need to change some of the suspension settings. Right, that's a point. So suspension. Camera. I'm just gonna make one group, the whole thing. And when we are walking forward, we are going to angle those wheels round into a way that makes it a bit easier for us. It's all the right hand side that needs to get inverted steering. Oop, there we go. Invert steering. Invert steering. Where are we? There we go. That helps create a little bit of forward drag at the front and a little bit of roll at the back. Now we can actually move forwards. About 7 meters a second at the moment. About 8, we can probably get that faster. That's not too bad. Right, we need to tie that into the walk controls. That was the wrong thing, so... walk CTRL. Suspension. When you walk forward, we want to set the steer override to 100%. And when you stop, we want to set it back to 0. And in reverse, we're going to do the opposite. Suspension. Set steer override, minus 100 in reverse. And back to 0 when we walk forward. There we go. So, you get a little bit more grip. Moving backwards. And then we'll roll a little bit, but we're going to fix that soon. And yeah, and then the wheels pitch round to help us walk forwards a little bit better. Cool, right, so, turn controls, I need to sort them out. Turn stuff, turn gyros, you're both mounted the same way round. So I'll make a group for both of you. Oh, it's the rotors I need to do, actually. Turn rotors. The gyroscopes I probably don't actually need a group for at any point, but that's what it is. Right, what are we on? 9 o'clock. We've just gone 5 hours. So yeah, I'm probably going to do another hour or two. So I'm going to have another quick bio break, real quick. And then I'll come back and I'll set up the rest of these walk controls. So I can get this guy turning around and stopping without rolling and all that kind of jazz. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back again in a few minutes. Right, no, back again. Sorry about that. Took a while for the kettle to boil. Right. Oh yes, turn controls. That's what we're going to do next. Right, let's tag that as well. We are going to need... Go, make a group for that one as well. Right, so these are going to work in a similar fashion to the forward and reverse controllers. And why is there not? Ah, there we go. So left control, left thruster for that. Do thruster output greater than 5%. Right hand side. Cool. Right, so which way do these rotors turn us? Positive turns us right. Negative turns us left. Cool. We've got plenty of turn out of those two rotors, so we shouldn't need a whole lot. Cool, so turning left. Ugh. First thing I'm going to do is turn the right controller off so it doesn't interfere with us. And the turn rotors will set the velocity. I'll start with -5 for now. When we hit the thruster, and I'll set it to 0 when we stop. Then we'll do the opposite tron. Keep spelling that wrong. With that one, so off and on. Bum, 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 bum. Then turn rotors, set that to 5. And 0. So now if I hit the left key, it all turns left. If I hit the right key, it all turns right. -5 seems maybe a bit fast for something this size, but it is going to get heavier, so that'll counteract it eventually. But there we go. We can now walk forwards. Now we can turn left and right with the W, A, S and D keys. Though we do need to balance that friction a little bit, so let's put it up to 30. Around 25-30 is sort of the sweet spot for this kind of mech design. Yeah, there we go. Walk in reverse. We can turn around, and we can switch back to forward again. Now, one of the things that will help us move around better is a brake control system, which I deleted. Well, I removed the controller I was going to use for that earlier. But now it's probably time to put those blocks back. Bum, 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 bum. Do it, do it. Yeah, we'll just do that. We'll just add another layer of event controllers. Bum, bum. We'll call that ref. Wrong thing. Cruise control, because we're going to have an auto walk feature, so we don't have to continuously hold that button down when we're doing long journeys. Ref. Brake. On. Off. Cruise control on. And then they're both going to need their own lights as switches. What do we do with that? Yeah, we can't really put down and cover that up. I like the way that hasn't got a connection point at the bottom. It's so annoying. Yeah, we'll just have to live there, whatever. We'll just put them there. Right, ref. Cruise, control, lights. Actually, let's turn that radius down. That. Actually, we'll leave the intensity. Copy, paste, that can be brake light. Yeah, cool. Right, so I want to make a brake control system for subgrids. What did you put one above the seat for earlier? Just curious. I am potentially going to do something daft, like have a rotating seat. So that when you come up here, the seat is that way round, and then you jump into the seat and it spins round into position. And I can do that with a single event controller and just have it registering the player sitting in that seat and do it that way. So that was kind of what I was going to do for that, and any other like control seat HUD type stuff, I might tie that in to turn on when you hop into that seat. Like, if I end up building subgrid control seats on rotors or whatever, I usually try and put like a rotating function into it, just for the fun of it, basically. In fact, let's see, what way does 180 turn us? That turns us the wrong way. I want that to spin the other way. So that can be 0. That can be minus 180. Right, where's that event controller? Tucked away in there, where I can't... Ah, it's tucked away in there. May as well set that up now. Ref. Controller. Pilot. Seat. Ref. Pilot. Seat. Rotor. That doesn't need to be 30 million, that's insane. It barely needs to be 1 million. We'll just have it for 1 million for now. Yeah, that looks good. Right, so we'll jump into that. Pilot seat. Oop, I put too many E's at that. Make a group for that rotor. pilot seat, enter, leave. Suspended control seat, we'll rename it later. Pilot seat rotor, that should be at a negative value right now. Yes, it is. So when we get in the seat, we want to set it to 5, and when we get out of the seat, we want to set it to -5. So I jump out of the seat, then jump into the seat, and there we go. We rotate round into place. When I jump out of it, it spins back around that way. Waiting for me to jump back into it. Yeah, cool. I'm happy with that. Ooh. Oh, that's something I could do. That's something I could try. Turn rotors. Let's put a little turn in the pilot seat into the turn controls. So I'd say 15 and -15. 15 when we turn left. Let's jump into there. I would have to change some of the settings in that pilot seat controller, so I'll turn that off for now. Oh, in fact, I could do that right now. What would that be? Yeah, that would be... That would be rotate to angle 0 at 5 RPM. Clockwise, I think. Probably got that completely backwards. That'd be rotate to angle 180 at 5 RPM. Counterclockwise. That would help if I turn the bloody controller back on. Pilot seat, turn that back off. Yeah, so that spins around that way. Jump in, that spins back that way. Right, cool, that's spinning the right way. Let's do something stupid with the turn controllers then. So when we turn to the left, we're going to get the pilot seat to move left as well. So we will rotate that to, what was I going to say, 15 at 5 RPM clockwise. And then that would rotate back to 0 at 5 RPM counterclockwise. In theory. That turn left now. Yeah, there we go. That turns my pilot seat left a bit as I'm turning left. Nice. Can I get a decent angle in here where I can see that, or is it just gonna... No, it's gonna completely spin out of the way, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. It's hard to see in spectator mode. Oh, hang on, what am I doing? I can just tie myself to there. There we go. That'll work better. Yeah, there we go. So now my seat is turning as I'm turning that way. Groovy. Let's do the same thing the other way. Turn right. Pilot seat. Rotate to angle. We're gonna do 3, 4, 5. Because the event controllers get a bit weird doing negative values sometimes. So we'll do 3, 4, 5 counterclockwise. That should work. And then rotate angle back to 0. Oh, not that fast. Rotate angle 0, 5 clockwise. So, turn right, turn left. Cool. Sweet. Yeah, there we go. That gives us a decent angle outside each side of the window as we're moving about. Groovy. Right, the thing I was actually going to do next is the brake controls. Because when we move forward and we start picking up some momentum, and then we stop, we'll roll a couple of feet, and that won't be good when we're precisely trying to line up mechs with each other. So... oh, have I left the little engineer on? Oop. Didn't notice he was still playing around. Bum, 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 bum. Streamlabs working today. Sorry, Chad. Seems like Streamlabs is being a dick today. One day I will get Streamlabs working properly. I mean, the alerts box is there. It is plugged in. It is turned on. I don't know what Streamlabs is doing today. It's really hard to test because Streamlabs doesn't seem to work in private streams, so the only way I can really test it properly is on a proper stream with people watching, and it's a bit of a pain in the ass to troubleshoot it like that. That's annoying. Put a lot of effort into making those Streamlabs redemptions as well, and they never bloody work. Right, so what are we doing? Brake controls, that's what we're doing. We're not doing that, we're doing that. ADHD, focus on one thing at a time. Follow the redemption link, just got a blank page. Ugh. I'm guessing Streamlabs has gone ape and just broken again. I'll have a look at it again after this stream. I think every week I have to fix that bloody thing. So the redemptions link is just dead, is it? Ah, cool. Nice. I will try and fix that again. What are we doing? We'll ignore that for now. Brake control. We need to tag them. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, it's alright. They're all going to be named the same thing anyway. Control. I'll spell it right eventually. It doesn't really matter which one's which. I can rename them all later anyway. Brake control. Just need that group. Right. Need that light off to start with, otherwise it makes things grow screwy. So, to make a manual brake control for suspensions that are on a subgrid, we're going to use block switched on and off. We're going to use that brake light. We're going to start with it off because the brake controls are off, and trust me, it's just easier doing it this way. So start with the light off. Goes the controller. Brake control. Get the whole group. And annoyingly, we've only got an on-off dual command. We don't have separate commands yet, but that is a quality of life thing I'm going to suggest at some point and hopefully it gets taken up. But for now, we'll turn handbrake on. Oh, actually, we'll also quickly make a group for that brake light. Pardon me. So we'll do that. We'll have the brake light turn bright red. And then the other way around, we will have it just turn orange, because it's going to get turned off anyway. And then we'll have the brake control. What are you doing, cat? Idiot. And then we'll have the brake control and brake switch on again. So if I now switch that light on, turns the brake controls on. Switch that light off, turns the brake controls off. And that is for all of them. Turn that back on again. Oh, I've set those colours up the wrong way around. That wanted to be red, because brake lights are red. Generally, anyway. And that one wants to be orange. Cool, there we go. Right, so if I then tie that in to the walk controls. So if I put it on the walk start and walk reset timers, I think. Yeah, walk start. In amongst all of that, you'll have that brake light turn off when we start walking, and when we stop walking, put it over there on a separate page, we will have the brake light turn on. So when I start walking, build up a little bit of speed, stop walking, those brakes kick in. Right, I'll put that on there. There we go. Brakes are on. Brakes are off when we start walking. And when I let go, they kick in, and we don't drift nearly as far. Although, because the brakes are on, it does make it a bit harder to turn. But that's only when we're stationary, so it doesn't really matter that much. As soon as we start moving, the brakes come off, we can move around again. Yeah, let's boost that walk speed a little bit. Let's go into 18. What's 18 like? The thing about walk speeds is you can set them as fast as you like, but if you've not got enough grip with the floor, all you'll do is like just your legs will just move very quickly backwards and forwards in place like a cartoon character, and you won't really get very far. Yeah, that's got us up to like 8, 9 RPM. That's a bit quicker. That's a bit better. There's still a slight step in there though, so maybe 20 was the right setting, like the other side. Let's put it up to 20 like the other Mech that we copied it off. That's a bit of a smoother animation, but is it going to make a difference to our overall speed? It's getting us up to like 10s, 11s. Yeah, we'll go with that then. Doesn't look like too bad of a speed. At least at the moment, anyway. If we want to make them move super fast, we can just stick thrusters and things in the back of them, give them a little bit of a boost, but I find if you start moving a Mech really quickly, the braking times on them, they tend to slam into stuff and get broken. we on? Just gone 9:30. That's not too bad. Right, so I've got some walk controls. I've got some turning controls. I've got braking controls. And I've got a partially, yeah, sort of pressurized area in here. Right, lighting. Very dark in here. Maybe you could pop them out. Stick a couple of them in. Which way round are they? I want the writing to be the right way round on the back end. There we go. That's the one. Yeah, so we have a bit of light in here. Let's call that 5. Let's call that 3. Let's make that a little bit easier on the eyes with that white light. It drives me mad. There we go, there's a little bit of light in there. You see a bit better now. Got a couple of beds to live in. We've got survival kit. Right, let's have a think about... Ooh, let's maybe think about a bit more lighting in here somewhere first. What else could I do with a bit of lighting in here, actually? Got that there, got that there. Let's take this out. Oh, actually I'm going to need 2... you know what, the conveyor system is going to have to do weird stuff anyway, so you know what, that will just be a light. At least for the moment anyway. Actually that might need, yeah, because I want conveyor connection to there, don't I? Where's the corner piece? Can't even bloody see it. There we go. Do something like that. Yeah, and that, yeah, we could potentially just have a conveyor line running down that interior wall, actually. Yeah, let's try that. So, that's going to be like that. That would have to come out there a little bit. I might end up doing some ducts, or some pipes rather, but I like calling them ducts because it reminds me of Brazil. Yeah, have something like that maybe. Oh, that is completely the wrong block. That would be airtight. Let's get rid of that. Let's do it that way instead then. Oh, that's not going to be airtight down there either. Oh, actually. Good old trusty air vent. I'll have one facing out, and that can be extracting. That can be pulling oxygen in for us. And that'll be airtight down there, so that won't matter. That's connected straight onto an airtight block, so that will be fine. That. Have some pipes connecting that up. Then we need to figure out how we are getting into you. What are we going to do about that? I could. Take mirror mode off for a second. I could bring a pipe across there. Maybe one down there, but then that gets where I wanted to put a railing, but I might have to live with that. Well, I can definitely just do that. That connects up that way. Need a way into you. You know what, let's take that out of there. Take that out of there. Go that way. We have some ducts running up to there. And to the side. Here's the flanged one. There it is. That connects into there. Dum dum dum. Ugh. You know what? We'll just do. Ugh. One bit of a line, actually. I wanted to put possibly a catwalk up here as well, so we get all the way around there, but that's going to get in the way. Maybe if we run the pipe up. All the wrong bloody shape. What's the all wrong bloody shape? I might just stick one of them in there. Potentially. Oh, actually. Oh, no. Oh, maybe something else. I'll just cover that with that. Bring that back up there that way. Cool, that'll work. I'm happy with that. Well, alright with that. Now. Oh, actually. Oh no, I still won't be able to put the railing where I want it to be. Yeah, I'll snag it. We'll just deal with not being able to put a railing there the way I'd like to. So, we've got all that down here. I think I might also put a little cargo container there, which in turn can have, are they my toolbar? No, they're not, because I have to remove them. But I put that there or there. You know what, I might put it there. Bum, and then have some kind of corridor section in there, maybe. Just to cover up that, because I don't like having those things exposed, but I also kind of want a little bit more reinforcement here. You know what, I'm really like putting the idea of putting a round one there. Yeah, it won't be that. Copy all those settings. They're pretty much going to be the same in most places. Get down there. Nope, and get stuck there. That's not good. Right. That's getting too close to that gyro. Don't like that. I might though put one of the half ones there. Where is it? That one. So it sticks out a little bit. And we could have one of them either side there, I suppose. Right, then we can come around the back of here with that, can't we? So let's get rid of that. That's the one. Corner piece there. Corner piece there. There's the double-sided one. There it is. One of them can go. Actually, let's take that out. Just have the single-sided one. Yeah, there we go. Move around a bit up there. It's all good. That connects up down to there. Might put some access to something in there. Yeah, we can have a bit of cargo access and access to the refinery there. We can have the main bulk of it there, and the refinery itself's got a little bit of storage. Refill station there for a few bits. There's a survival kit upstairs for healing and respawning. What are we on? Nearly on 6 hours. Not too bad. make that 6 meters instead. That bit lights things up a little bit better. We'll think about lighting around there a bit later. Do this one for now. Copy, paste. You know what? I'm going to change that. It's that one. I'll keep walking into that railing. By mistake. Oop, very dark over here. Right, this lift. What can we do about this lift? I need some controls for it. What I need. Oop, I also need to build the other side of it. No, that's a window. I want LCD screen. That way. Of course, I've put it on the wrong way around. And of course, I deleted a chair by mistake. I'm not on my toolbar anymore either, are they? Of course not. Beats. That colour. Thank you. There we go. Right, back where it should be. These dots. Ref. Lift. Door. That's what I can be for now. Alright, there should only be 6 of them, I think. Yep. Lift door. Make a group for that. Oh, yeah, right. Need to think about this. That side, I think I'm going to try and attach some kind of little scouting drone to that, so we'll just have lift access on this side. So, MREF. Oop. Lift. Ramp. Oop. Hinge. L01. Lift, ramp, hinge, L02, and finally, MREF, lift, ramp, hinge, L03. Right. Copy all of that. Oh, you have got to be joking. Have I built the wrong backing block there? I have done. Oh. Divvy. Means I probably put the wrong one there as well. No, that's the right one. I've just managed to put that Wrong block there again. Damn it. Ugh. Smack. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's because... didn't put any braking torque on it. I think you'll still be connected to a grid. Oh, you're struggling to put... oh, it's because you're off. That's why. Idiot. That. Well, that was a very silly mistake. Oh, hello, Mr. Dom Dom. How are you doing? Can I squeeze you round and do a little bit of surgery on this thing? Yes, I can. Right, I can put that there. I can delete that from there. I can then grab the right bloody colour, attach that onto there. And then I should be able to rotate, hopefully, that back into position and reattach it. Thank you. Thank God for that. The only issue now is that and that aren't attached. Need to remerge that. Can I squeeze a little merge block in there? Thank you. Right, that should be joined back up again. Cool. Right, I think that's all sorted. Right, that wants to be right hand. Copy all, copy, paste. That should all be good now. That wants to be right hand side as well. Copy all, copy, paste. That can also be the right hand side. Right, this is where it's going to get tricky. Right, that can be ref lift on off. No, on off. Ref lift active sign, what that as. Right, so that's going to do that, and that will be ref controller lift deploy. Right, so load some of this lift stuff. So we made a group for the doors. Actually, it's we need to do something with the hinges, don't we? Alright, so we need to make a group for those two. Group for those two. And a group for those two. We've got a group for the doors. Make a group for the sign as well, because we'll probably need it. Lift on off. So, block switched on and off. Those doors take a while to open, so... First thing we do... Need that ramp to retract, realistically. Yeah, if I tie that into there... lift on off. So, when we lift up, I want all of them. I've set them up to all be positive angles, haven't I? Yeah, right. Yeah, hang on. Ooh. Something. I wasn't too happy there. What's going on there? Oh, not rotor lock. Oh, I see. That one was moving slower for... Oh no. I'm not sure why that was being a bit weird then, but I'm sure we can get it fixed. Alright, let's sort that out. Oop, 5 million is way too much. Don't need that kind of power yet. Right, let's try and angle that down a bit. Not done them either. Oh, I've not done them either. 500, 1, 2, 3. 500, 1, 2, 3. Turn that off for a second. And we'll turn that off for a second too. Oh yeah, that's definitely pushing on. What's that pushing on? What's that fighting? Let's bring that back a bit. What are you fighting? Who's not happy here? You're not happy. Why aren't you happy? Oh, is it because you're pushing? Oh, you need to at different speeds, that's why. That's definitely not helping. You're slightly out of alignment. Why is that? All fine there. Let's just detach that for a second. What's going on here? You decided you're behaving nicely again. Well, whatever, as long as you're working. Oh, again then, let's back down there. Oh, well, why? You can zero the torque on that side. That was probably why I was fighting. There we go, much nicer. Right, so we could have the ramp kind of line itself up like that. So what's that? That's 13. That's at 16. So what if... what if we have that as 15 and 15? What would that be like? That's not too bad. Still a bit of space there. Let's bring that down to 14 and 14. What's the hoop? Still a decent chunk of space. Try 12 and 12. Oh, hello, Manu. Clang is being benevolent today. It's not been too bad, actually. Not been too bad at all. Let's try. 10. 10. Yeah, that looks pretty good. That'll have to do. Oh. What did I do with that other lift? Where are we? Somewhere around... Oh, it's deployed. It was... Oh yeah, 2x1 and a few other bits to fit in the gap. It's fine. Bum 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 bum. What are we looking for? That we're looking for. That and that should fit in there without causing much issue. Also, give us a little bit more footing as we cross over that. That middle one, that doesn't need any rotor angle changes, it's just these outer two. Okay. Let's set up some lift nonsense then. See if we can get this working. I'll probably wrap this up in the next hour or so, because I've been doing 6 hours now, but why not? I haven't been streaming regularly enough lately, so I'll do a big 7-hour stream, because why not? Right, so what we're going to do, when the lift sign turns off, first thing we want that to do is retract the ramp, so the ramp is nice and safe and secure. So I want everything to move to a positive value. Right, so lift ramp units. I also don't want it to clip the floor. So if I set that to rotate to angle, going to call it 89, so it's not quite all the way. At 5 RPM. So I don't want it to, I want to try and not have it scrub against the seats when the ramp's retracted up. We'll have that move at 5. We'll have... that can just set velocity, because that's not going to have any angle changes anywhere. That's just going to go from 90 to 0, so... call that 5 for now, maybe? Oh no, because I want that to retract slow. We'll call that 2.5 for now. Let's see what that does. And then number 3, they're going to be all wrong, but we'll have that rotate to angle 89 as well. We'll do that at 2.5 as well, because I don't want that ramp to scrape along the inside of the door. I've set that up properly. Oh, I've just put them all in the deploy one rather than the... ah, you know what, smeg it, I'll just swap them around. That's my fault for not paying attention. What are we doing? Lock on off. Lift that active sign, that'll do. That can be... lift on, off. Where's the other lift on, off controller? Oh, there it is. I named it wrong anyway. Controller, lift, deploy. That one, that's going to be tied into the hangar doors, I think. I'm going to get them to open and close. Let's do that. We'll do... I didn't call them hangar doors, I called them lift doors. We'll have all of them. Where's that piston? We've got loads of pistons on here, that's not going to help. MRF. Lift piston. Deploy. Oop. So when those doors open all the way, that piston is gonna extend at 1 RPM. The first thing we're gonna do test to see if that actually works. Turn you off, turn you on. Oh crap. Yeah, that gets stuck on there, doesn't it? Lame. Okay, then we might have to... it's gonna make the ramp even shorter downstairs there. Yeah, because that's not got enough room to fold up properly otherwise. Yeah, we'll just have to have the ramp a bit steeper at the bottom end then. Lame. Right, anyway, we'll have that do that. Lift controller on and off. Change that to deploy in capital letters so it's a bit more obvious. At the same time that is doing that, we are also going to get those lift doors to open. And when they are opened all the way, it's going to release that piston. So flick that on and off again quickly. Pretend the ramp's already retracted. Well, it has already retracted. And then there you go. Right, lift is deploying. Yeah, that's about as low as that's going to get, isn't it? And that is still kind of crap. That's way high up. Yeah, because when that gets to the bottom, I then want that to be 0. That's already 0. That to be 0. And we can get to the bottom. I want all of that. Oop. Not pulling that one. Good. Don't break the ramp. There we go. Kind of behaving itself now. Turn that one off. Obviously not. And that will then extend down to some kind of angle. Not sure what. How far does it need to go? Oh, we are miles above the floor. Ah, damn. That's no use. That is miles too high. Lame. Not really have the room to put another folding section in that ramp. Oh, that sucks. That is way too high. Ugh, I might have to do the ramp the boring way then. Not have as many moving sections. You know, if I put another grid in. Oh, actually, if I put another grid in the middle, wouldn't fold up as nicely. Hmm. Lame. Have the whole mech squat to lower the ramp. Potentially, actually. I need to put yeah, I need to put angle changes into that. Oh, I would also need to turn off the turn controllers. Alright, let's have a quick nosy. Return controllers. Turn you off for a second. While we're here, leg hinges. All get. Ooh! Alright, that's a bit low. Yeah, that angle's a bit too low. So, what angle wouldn't smash it into the floor? It's actually... No, it's actually balancing on the lift right now. That's good. There's a lot of stress on that rotor. Leg hinges. Leg. It's not a word. So, what am I changing? 50. Currently set. Oh, well, currently set to minus 50. Let's make a copy. Oof. Oof, that poor little small grid rotor. Oh, god damage is off. Leg in. Just like pull up. Minus 30. What's minus 30 like? More reasonable. Might actually be too close to the floor. Leg hinge. Set it to minus 40 is the wrong way. Oh, they might need a bit more torque in them now that we've started to put more weight on. Leg hinges, let's give you a little bit more torque. Oh, that was the wrong way. Angle 38 to 30. Why are some of them sitting at weird angles? Oh, it's the brake friction fighting the wheels, isn't it? Yup, it's the brake friction fighting the wheels. Right, getting the mech to drop down might be a bit more of a pain in the arse. Looks like I'd have to take the brakes off to let the wheels slide a little bit. Let's just pack you back up there for a second. Reverse you back up there. That's sitting there. I could. I made a copy over there, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I could potentially. What? Let's put those leg hinges back to where they're supposed to be first. Leg again. Leg hinge. Minus 50. Back to where you were. Right, there we go. Standing straight again. Do. Brake light, you can go back on so don't ironically break anything. I could potentially, possibly, see you later. Could potentially mount this on a hinge that folds forward a little bit. We put a hinge in there, take that rotor head off there, weld that back up, what? We could... I'll still be able to see the yellow bits. I hate the yellow bits. Gone. You know what, I'll just use regular blocks. Where is that colour? There's a bit of that. Pop that in there, and then oh, actually, that would need to be another hinge. Have a little one. How about the opposite way around? So when that folds up that way, that one folds up that way. And potentially bung that on there. Or I might need to extend that a bit. Oh, actually, yeah, I will need to extend that a bit. That could lift up there a bit. Yeah, we would need to extend that out slightly. Because that's gonna, yeah, it's gonna scrub on there. Still got a bit of lift. Right, where do I need to put an extra block? Maybe connect it to the top of there. So if I place that again, let's set that to 0. Let's set you to 5. Let's turn you back the way you came. Yeah, which one I use. I'll stick that on there. Pop that. Does that give me the lift I want? Or the space that I want? Yeah, that'll get in the way of that for a minute, that'll be fine. Bum, 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 bum. Let the ropes for legs go loose was worth a go. Spin deployment instead of tilt. What do you mean spin deployment? Oh, maybe. You are jiggling a lot now. Why are you jiggling? Oh, 30 million. That's probably got something to do with it. Let's call that 85. Still jiggling a lot. Let's call that 85. That should balance out a bit. Still jiggling quite a bit. We'll probably settle down if I get more weight on that. Probably also can help. There's a tiny subgrid in the middle of that. Or is it because it's pushing on something? Or is it because it's pushing in general? Yeah, it's just because it's pushing in general. If I set that to turn the RPM off, it settles right down again. That's not too bad. Do we have clearance for that door? Lift door closed. We are clear of the bottom of the lift door. That is good. We are now further back from where we were before. That's the only issue. We are actually kind of almost in the middle though. Not too bad. Does mean we're going to have to reach further with that. So, lower limit, what would we say? 10 degrees, wasn't it? Right, all the way around. So that was going to be about 10. And that was going to be about 10 as well, wasn't it? But then we are pretty much in line with that now, so I could just do a line of them. Yeah, there we go, that's not too bad. Right. Oh. So what's the angle of that? That's 85 and that's... yeah, more or less 85. That wants to rotate down to 0. That's already at 0. So, when the lift deploys, which way around are they all? They are currently all sitting at positive values, aren't they? Yeah. So, if we deploy lift... oh, I need to name them, don't I? I'll just call it lift hinge. Emrath. Lift hinge. Center 01. Emrath. Lift hinge center 02. They are both moving at the same speed to the same angles, so I should be able to make a group for both of them. Left hinges deploy. When the lift deploys, we will have the lift is 1. Set velocity to -5. Let's see what that does. Right, so do a quick save in case anything clangs out too violently. So that lifts up the ramp, it opens the doors. We get that section to move quicker than that actually. And then when the doors are fully open, hasn't done a damn thing for some reason. Doors open. Available blocks. No. Why has that not got any of the blocks in it anymore? Ugh. Lift door. Right, close that again. I'm going to close a bit. Open them up again. Oh, I just turned it on and off, 'cause I'm an idiot. The on and off button. With doors. Closed. Open. Fully open. There we go. Right, hinge deploys. Nicely. Lift deploys. Ooh, let's get that out of the way. There we go. Now we're much closer to the ground. So, that can go back to 0. Open up. That's already good. That can open up. Like so. There. What angle would that need to go to? Somewhere around -30, a little bit further. -30, -40. Yeah, -40. Right, that's workable. We can do that. Right. What else do I need to do then? I'm actually gonna need another controller. Because I need to get the lift to retract. So to start off retracting, lift on off. What do we need to do here? When we turn that sign off, we basically need to do that again with the ramp. I'm going to change that to 5 actually. It goes a bit quicker than it did last time. But it won't let me put the same groups next to each other. So, what I'm going to do is, we also need this lift piston to lift back up. So we'll set the velocity on that to 1, -1 rather. So what do we say? Rotate that to 89 at 5 RPM. That can just be set to 5 RPM. That can rotate to angle 89 at 2.5 because I don't want to scrape it against the floor, hopefully. Yeah, we'll do that, and then when we get all the way back up to there, we need that door to close, so I need an event controller to look at the piston. Oh, actually, oh no, yeah, it will have to be. An event controller. Aesthetically pleasing place to put one. It's not going to get in the way of stuff. I'm just going to put it there. Should be alright there, hopefully. Put that one there. Because that's the side that folds up. So I need to try and keep that space clear if possible. Oh, behave yourself. Copy, paste. Oop. Call that one retract. Lift, retract. We'll look at piston position. When it gets to less than 0.1, so basically when it's right at the end, when it's more or less fully retracted, retract, we will then lift doors. We will close them. Nope, wrong one. We'll close them, then we will do this lift, I think. So when we deploy, we want to rotate that angle to, is it 10? I think it was 10. Might be minus 10. I'll do that. We'll need to do set of velocity on that to minus 5. I think. And rotate that to 10. Oop, not at 60 RPM, it's far too fast. Rotate to angle 10, 5 RPM. I think that's the right one. Quickly save in case we get a plane explosion. Off. Yeah, I can actually make that end one retract a bit faster. Right, we are up. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Right. Quick reload. I forgot to retract the hinges. I knew I forgot something. Maybe a sensor to stop before it hits the ground and runs through flat ground. Anthony, it is almost like you're psychic. That is exactly what I do with those lift systems. If we go and look at the other two lifts, they have both got sensors on the bottom to stop that piston for that exact reason. So yeah. Great minds. Yeah, I think it's just easier to reload that than try and undo all of that clang nonsense. I will be wrapping this stream up in about 20 minutes probably anyway. But I want to try and get this lift done. We've got the walk cycle and walk controls done. So, before we break stuff, we need that to retract, and that is a positive value. So, what am I doing? Looking at that. Lift sign on and off. When we turn it off, we want the lift hinges to set velocity to 5 RPM. Do another little save, just in case. Right. In fact, where is my spectator cam? Get a better view of it. Do it like this. That's locked onto me, that's good enough. Yeah. There we go, that all retracts. Lift hinges have retracted up, that's good. That's deploying. That could probably do with moving a little bit quicker actually, but that wasn't too bad. And there we go, bam. We are in. Sweet. Right. seeing as you mentioned sensors, that is the next thing that's going to go on this lift. I need to open those lift doors so I can get under there. I like it a little bit easier. Thank you. Right, there we go. Bum 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 bum. Gone past them. Oh, crap! I forgot that that automatically does that. That's clever. Yeah. Already got to the bottom. Anyway. Whatever. It's fine. I should have turned that deploy controller off first. Silly me. Right, I have a sensor. Bam, in the middle of there. Turn that on. Turn that on. So we can see what it's doing. Left, bring that in a bit. Right, bring that in a bit. Bring everything in a bit. Yeah, it's a bit more sensible. The back can come all the way in. Don't need any of that. Just need it detecting the floor, which is the front. Put that to, what's 1 meter? 1 meter is there. 1.5 is there. And that's about its full extension anyway. Oh, you know what would help? Tell it it's actually doing what it's supposed to be doing. Change that. That come off, that come off. Asteroids. There we go. Front. Yeah, there we go. 1.6. Yeah, we'll call it 1.75. Right, so that reaches the ground. When that reaches the ground, ref 01 lift sen. Oh, I've already got the word sensor, really. Lift sensor, make a group for it, select actions. When that gets to the floor, that will set the velocity on the lift piston to 0, so that stops moving. And then we will deploy the lift ramp. So, what did we say? About 40, I think that was, wasn't it? We'll have them rotate to 40, 5 RPM. That could be -5. That can rotate to 0. 5 RPM. Oh. Smeg. Done the wrong thing entirely. You don't change any of the pages. Right, do that again. Rotate to angle. 40. 5 RPM. Next page. Set velocity. -5. Next page. Rotate to angle. 0. 5 RPM. Can I get that back up there without clanging the damn thing out? Probably gonna do some horrible stuff when it goes past there. Yeah. No, yeah, it's just freaking out again. Damn it. That's no good. Lift door. Open, please. Yeah, that'll wolf. Ah, damn it. Keep forgetting to turn stuff off properly. Yeah, you know what? Smeg it. Do. 40. Oh, it was minus 40 we wanted it to be set to. Yeah, it kind of worked though. Moving it about a lot, but probably sort that out. That actually wants to be rotate to angle minus 40 5 RPM. Yeah, let's pull that back in. There we go. That's a bit better. That jiggle is a bit annoying. Oh yeah, it's because of that, isn't it? Oh, that's something I can get it to the lift sensor to do actually. When that detects, when you get it to set the lift hinges, oh, set it to 0, so I know it's going to 0. Set it to 0 so it'll stop pushing, jiggling and doing weird stuff. And we will also have that sensor turn itself off. We'll put that right at the end. That can turn itself off. Do. And that deploys. We'll also have that sensor turn on. Right. Turn that off. Lift back up. Ramp comes back up. Yeah. Same thing. When we retract and get to the top of there, those hinges should have moved into position by then. We can then get that to set its velocity to 0 as well, and that should stop the annoying jiggle. And I think it might even be possibly the corners of those blocks touching each other. Right. Ramp lifts up. Where are we? We're there. Doors open. Lift deploys down. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Really annoying. Gets to the bottom. Sensor detects the floor. Sensor deploys the ramp. And stops the jiggle. We can comfortably walk off the ramp. And comfortably walk back up it. I might even reduce that sensor a little bit more. So yeah, I might put that at 1.6 like it was before. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna wrap the stream up in a minute because it is quite late now, but before we completely disappear, let's put a button panel for our lift. There we go, that makes life easier. Turn it off. It retracts. Yeah, definitely get away with making that first hinge quicker. Gets up there, Stop jiggling. Yeah, definitely need to make that bend one quicker. Yeah, and then we are in the base. Cool. If I do that one more time. Oh, that does scrape a little bit along there. I might need to slow that down a bit. That's not too bad. Yeah, jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. It gets to there, triggers, stops the jiggle, deploys the ramp. Wicked. Right, that is a nice jetpack free way of getting into the mech. Ooh, that battery is very low on power now, isn't it? 17%, yeah, that's just sitting there chugging power, because that reactor is sat there burning power, doing nothing. So, might just quickly, still haven't decided exactly where the power is going to live. I'm just going to quickly, ooh. Oh, that's because I don't have any power. Quickly swap them for some new batteries. We'll figure out power and stuff next time, but yeah, it's been 7 hours, so I'm going to bed now. But yeah, right, we've got a lift system into the mech, and we've got a nice little seat that spins us round into position. We can turn in the seat as we use the turn controls. Oh, yeah, I turned the return controllers off, didn't I? Because I was messing about before. Yeah, there we go. I can walk around. Quite comfortably turn left and right as we're moving. I've got my little seat turning as well. Yeah, we're doing about, we're getting up to like 12 meters a second there. That's not too bad for a mech this size. Considering it now weighs 631,000 kilos. Pretty good. Yeah, that's not bad. And he's about the same height as the other two as well. Right, he still looks a bit boring at the moment, but there is plenty of greebling that can be done to this thing. Dum, da-dum, 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 da-dum. What's that, Chad? What about when the ramp hinges reach a specific angle? That is what returns their velocity to 0. I could do. Just means squeezing more controllers in. There's lots of different ways that I could do it. It's not working too badly for now, though. It's probably just be easier just to balance the speeds of the way those hinges move. All it really needs is making that tip one move a little bit faster when it deploys, and a little bit slower when it retracts, but well, it's actually not too bad. Oh no, yeah, it is scraping there, isn't it? Yeah, it definitely needs to be a bit slower when it retracts, a bit faster when it deploys. Then I need to figure out what I'm doing with this side of the ramp. Yeah, there we go. That's not too bad at all. And it's a lot of mech just to have one refinery in it, but we are going to make it basically a little self-contained mining operation. So at some stage I'm going to have to set up those controllers, and like I said, I wanted to maybe have a mining drone living up here somewhere that can be deployed for stuff that the drills can't reach. And we'll get some more subgrid seats in here. I might try and, in fact, I might try and get some of those new hanging seats dangling in this space if I can, so you can be sat like really far forward. I'll see what I can do with that though. Yeah, I am gonna leave this stream here now and go to bed. What's that been? 7 straight hours of building a mech, and got some pretty good results so far. So yeah, I will probably be periodically doing streams on this build over the next month or so, because the Masters of Motion competition is open until June the 19th, I think that's the closing date. Submissions are open now, I believe. But yeah, the closing date is 19th of June, so I'll probably be periodically doing more streams on this whole setup leading up to then. So keep an eye out for when that might pop up on my page. I know I keep saying this, but I'm trying to get back into the routine of doing regular content again after the health problems I was having the other week. So yeah, I will schedule in some streams at some point, and I will hopefully get some more survival stuff done. I'm kind of trying to hold off on the survival stuff at the minute because I want to incorporate the new economy stuff that's coming, and I think because of the way it works, I might have to either restart those save files or do some shenanigans to copy and paste stuff into a new world. So I'm debating whether to do that or not. Well, I might put up a poll on my YouTube page, see what people think. But yeah, I will schedule in some more streams over the week and hopefully have some more. Well, I've got some video content coming out in the next week. It's a bit of a surprise, so stay tuned for that, and then I'll have some more stuff as and when. I might be doing some more tutorials soon, got some ideas for them. So yeah, thank you for watching, thank you for chilling, thank you for chatting nonsense with us, thank you for making suggestions as well, and I will see you all next time. So yeah, thanks for watching, and goodbye for now. Cheers guys.